Oh shit, wrong one. Oops, sorry, wrong scene. Gama everyone. Gama. Sorry. It's been a while since I streamed. Like, wait, when was the last time I streamed? Saturday? Sunday, Monday. 3 days. 3 days of 3 days of not streaming. Sorry. I actually like I forgot what I'm about to click, and I immediately clicked the just chatting instead of the gaming one. Gama everyone, gama. Gama everyone. Hello everyone. Gama. Hello, everyone. How are you guys? I want to talk to you guys first before we start the YouTube night. So how are you, chat? How are you guys for the past 3 days of me not streaming? I wanna hear you guys' thoughts and all that stuff. Yes. What I did in last stream is, I think, what did I did on Sunday? I actually don't remember. But I remember like doing some inventory and all that stuff in my merch, like what I'm about to make and all that stuff. And then I underestimated myself because I forgot how many Valorant agents there are. There's like a lot of designs that I have to finish. I mean, I just limited myself to make charms for now because the deadline is just in 30, so I have to finish everything. That's what I'm doing it now. I can't show it to you guys, but I'll just because I'm really lazy to set up my reflector, so I'm sorry. But yeah, all I did is just playing League so I won't burn out, because I keep like line arting the ones in Valorant and they're all detailed. Like, I hate their details in the game, in their designs. Like, I wanna fucking die. Like, there's a there's a lot of gears and all that stuff. So yeah, really. But yeah, I'll do my best to finish everything. Thankfully there's no stream on Thursday tomorrow because I need to finish everything. I just want to play League a little bit, just to, you know, what do you call this one? Just to not get burnt out. I got really burnt out when I'm doing my work because like I feel like I'm not I feel like when I get burned out, I tend to just feel nausea when I do art or something like that. So I just stay away from my iPad, just stay away from my iPad, and then I just just play my I just just play League. I just played League with Pan earlier. She keeps DCing. But I think she's okay. She's okay naman, hopefully we can play again with Pan soon again. Earlier was really fun. Just playing League and all that stuff. I just feel really burnt out. So but now I'm okay now. I'm okay now. I'm not feeling burnt out now, so I can do work, and also I can just do streams and all that stuff now. So yeah, okay. Now oh, thank you Baxcon for the 9 months. Thank you. Also, thank you so
Happy
much.
Mot Do Re Mi 5 Hypers Do Re Mi 5 Hypers Do Re Mi 5 Hypers Do Re Mi 5 Hypers.
So Remy 5 Hyper. Sorry if you guys can hear the echoes. I'm using speakers. There you go. Okay. Thank you for the 9 months backs, guys. Thank you. Awesome Baku. I just saw that you subscribe as well for 6 months. Thank you. That's for the alert. Thank you. I hope you guys had a great 3 days of me not streaming and all that stuff. I'm not gonna overtime again as usual, cause my Oshi, sorry. But yeah, anyway, let's start it. So we can catch up a lot of videos. Yeah, okay. It's been a while, yeah.
Everybody keeps saying, Drew, you can't restock your merch. You don't know how. You're too
Hello, Tane.
stupid. But guess what, loser? I figured it out.
I am not sponsored by
Hey,
DrewGoodenShop.com.
episode of my braless wife bringing me a sandwich I didn't ask for.
So I made a Twitch account in 2018 with the intention of streaming regularly, and in the 4 years since, I have streamed once. I keep telling myself I'll go back to it, but as with everything else in life,
Why are you
I
guys
remember
calling
it's
me
just so
Remy?
much
What the
easier not to, so I don't. But today, that all changes, thanks to the help of one man, Tyler Ninja Blevins. If you don't know who Ninja is, he's sort of the Michael Jordan of having blue hair. If you do know who Ninja is, you probably expected me to say he's the Michael Jordan of Twitch streaming, but that would imply that he's one of the very best at it.
Oh yeah, also I wanna say something, okay? I wanna say something. I actually forgot, but now I remember, okay? About what happened in Yuchi stream and all that stuff and or something like that. Please stop it. That's all I can say. I do not want to get connected or linked by any means of those, okay? It's actually a big mistake. It's just me being an autopilot and all that stuff, and it's just that what's it called? I'm not saying that I'm being mean or something like that, but not a lot of people knows about it. So please do not. Okay? Thank you. That's all I can say. Okay, let's I just remember. Okay.
I don't know if that's true. I think at this point there are tons of people doing an
Thank you,
equal or
Xona, for the
better job
alert.
of representing how fun and
Hi,
exciting
Lucas,
Twitch can
thank
be.
you.
Ninja might just be the only streamer that, like, your
Thank you,
grandma
Bart,
has
for
heard
the
of
alert.
because she saw him on Ellen. Since there's such a large portion of the general population that had no idea what a Fortnite stream was when their kids told them it was their new favorite thing to watch, I think someone had to be anointed as, like, the face of it. And Ninja is a high energy guy. He's very good at video games.
Ninja
He made
still
himself
exists?
super marketable, and he used to stream all the time, which made him constantly accessible. He was the right dude in the right moment, playing the right game, and to his credit, he totally embraced it. Not everyone in that position would have said yes to
Ninja
as
is still
many things
relevant?
as he did. Sometimes it's actually okay not to do everything that's offered to you, because you never know when you might end up unsuccessfully trying to cheer up a bunch of cold, wet New Yorkers by flossing like your life depends on it. As far as
I
I
don't see
can
enough
tell,
movement.
Ninja is just a guy who got way more famous than he ever needed to be.
I forget
And
that
apart
one
from his
YouTuber
weird
that
creator
PewDiePie
beefs
keeps
and
memeing
notoriously
about.
bizarre tweets, I don't
I
really have
forgot
too
his
strong of
name.
an opinion about him at this point in my life. Anyway, all of that brings us up to a few months ago, March 2022.
Does it still
Ninja
exist?
launches his
Does it still like
exclusive
relevant? I
masterclass.
still don't
With
know why.
years of
How the
clicking
fuck
and
is he
yelling now
relevant?
under his belt, Tyler is finally ready to share the secrets that led him to the top for the low, low price of one annual membership to masterclass.com. For the record, this is a
what the
1-month class, but in order to take it, you have
What
to be
the
subscribed to the
fuck was
website
that,
for an
Ninja?
entire year.
Which one?
Which will
I actually
cost you
forgot.
$180. A small price to pay once you find out they have classes from both Clintons. So you already know the drill. I'm going to sign up for this class, and I'm going to regret it. Full disclosure, I signed up for this already. I'm filming this intro after the fact. Can someone tell me why the fuck I bought the Duo version? Did I think I was gonna be watching him on 2 devices at the same time? What would that even accomplish for me? So anyway, I spent $240 on this class. Most people will choose to spend a little bit less.
utuub not. Hello,
One of the first things he gives you at the start of the
I don't
class
even know
is a
Ninja other
PDF
than the
document with all
controversy.
sorts
Oh
of
yeah,
gaming
same.
and
No, I knew
streaming lingo.
Ninja because
I
of
cannot
Fortnite.
overstate how helpful
But I
this
never
class
played
was. There are
Fortnite.
some
I played once
extremely
with
advanced
Yuchi
terms
on
here
Yuchi's
that would have
birthday,
thrown me
but
for a loop had I heard them
that's
casually
just
used
it.
throughout
That's
one
just
of the
it.
courses. You know, things
That's
like
the first time I played
keyboard,
Fortnite.
YouTube, mouse. Apparently that's
Hello,
the thing
Zerchu.
that
Can
you
I send a
click
YouTube
with,
link?
but
You can
I
go
don't
to
know.
my
I'm still
Discord
new to
server
it.
and
The
you can
true
put
beginning
your
of this class is a section
put
that
your
has
YouTube
equipment for
there.
all
I mean,
different
like
budgets,
the
links
video
on
that
where
we
to buy
want me
everything,
to
and
watch.
honestly,
Yes,
that's a
what we're
pretty
doing today.
valuable
We're
resource to have
watching
all in one
Kwasan,
place.
the
But I
ones that you
can't
guys
help but
send
laugh
me in
whenever
my
he says
Discord
something
server.
like
Yes.
this.
You only need one monitor. If you can afford more than one, then that is definitely recommended. But if you can't afford 2 monitors,
If you can't afford a second monitor because I made you spend the cost of one on this class, then you know what? That's on me. That's my bad. Sorry about that. That's kind of the irony of this whole section.
Sorry,
recommend
I
that
keep
you
switching
spend
where
a
do I
good
put
amount
my
of money
freaking
on your gaming
lemonade.
PC.
Relative to
Because it's
other
covering
hobbies,
the
streaming
chat.
can be
Can see
very
shit.
expensive to start out. Even the lowest end computer that he recommends is about $1,000. And you still have to buy a microphone, a webcam, a mouse, and keyboard, 2 things we just learned about earlier. He really tries to stress
We
how
watch any
every
type of
dollar
videos
is
as long
so
as it's not
important
against
when
the
you're
OS.
starting
Yes,
out. So
yes,
it's
yes.
like,
As
I
long
don't
as
know,
it's
maybe
it's not
save
against
180
the
of them for
EOS.
equipment
Thank
and
you
then
so much
just
for the
watching
follow.
OBS
The
YouTube
Merc
tutorial
201,
for
welcome to
free.
the Spouse
Speaking
Speed.
of
Wow,
which,
wow,
I
thank you,
love
thank
this
you.
line.
Thank
It's
you, thank
plug and
you,
play for a
Merc.
reason. It may seem a little scary, but it's
Hello,
not.
Admire.
There's tutorials everywhere on the internet.
I
Ninja,
play
I don't know
Fortnite
if
and I
you-
play with my friend
I
who
don't
is
know if you know
professor
this.
too with his
You're
son.
filming a
Yeah,
tutorial. Don't
that's me.
outsource the
care
work to someone
to
else.
play
Just tell me
any
how to do
games
these things
as
while
long as
I'm
I'm
here
with my friends.
in the class that you're teaching.
In this second clip, you will already immediately see the evolution of my streaming personality. What's going on, guys?
It's so funny to hear him describe the things that he does well in like an analytical way.
Okay, here we go. See, now it's okay. We're on a good
You
lead.
can see I'm wearing my hat. I'm clearly doing a funny voice.
And obviously you probably noticed as well that I will often make silly faces. So sometimes I'll do
Oh
one of
shit!
these,
I'm
you
an
know, or
anime
maybe
girl. I
I'll hit
can't
him
do
with one of
funny
these.
faces.
Huh? And that's just one of those funny ass things
I can't
you
do
can
funny
And, you know,
faces.
of course, it's entertaining to watch.
This makes me laugh and laugh so hard.
This next clip I'm going to show you is kind of me evolving a little bit as a content creator. Hello, everybody. What do you
What
guys
is
notice
because meron
that has
siyang
changed?
pera, that's
my
why.
background has changed. I had a better chair.
Okay, so evolving as a creator means buying a more expensive chair.
My light setup was totally different, way more
Your
appealing.
default is
Well,
a
I thought
funny.
maybe he was going to talk a little bit more about like evolving your personality.
Thank you for
but it
saying that
seems
I'm
like his
funny.
advice is just to, you know, spend more money on the
I that
wall
you
behind
corrupted
you.
pan
Hey,
a while
he's
ago.
the master, and this is his class.
Things in the background were more appealing. You know, you have the gaming fridge, of course.
She
with
was
the
about
energy
to
drinks
draw.
in there. That's always fun to look at.
And then
Yeah.
I told her,
I
let's
have a
play
lot of
League
fun
Pan.
looking at that fridge.
Hey man, we're gonna go wear suits
And
to
then
the
we
new
played
Minions
for
movie.
hours.
You trying to come?
No can do, big guy. I have got my day
Hello,
filled.
Mocha! I didn't
wow.
mind.
That fridge is really fun to look at. I know.
And the very first one, it was just my full screen webcam. The next one, I was reacting to a clip that I had, and I was wearing a hat.
All right, there we go. If you want to get better at streaming, put on a hat.
Ah, shit! Kailangan ko ba ng hat? Do I need a hat? Ah, fuck! Okay, sure. Sure, I will look a hat, okay? Good tip, thank you. I am learning, fuck! I am learning in this masterclass. Shit. Okay. I'll buy a hat. Okay, I'll find a hat. I'll find a hat. Where is the hat? There you go. I'll find a hat. You already have no, that's not, not allowed, okay? That's not allowed. I don't know what hat, okay? I don't know what hat. What's a good hat? I am looking for a hat. Looking for the hat. Fuck, I can't find a hat. God damn it, I am not gonna be a pro gamer like this. Oh shit. Oh no. No. Hello, Kairu. Basically, you're going ham on cookie run and oversleep and cancel stream. Then Pan trying to be productive and shh. Come on, man. Come on. I found a cute one. Wait lang. I found a cute hat. This is not gonna work though. This is definitely not gonna work. Definitely not gonna work. Yeah, definitely not gonna work. Okay, never mind this. But I will try this one. View content. I'll do this in another time, but I'll find a new hat. Yes, I found one. Did I say, am I still alive? Hey, look, no, you're still okay. What happened? I didn't look. I didn't look. Where is it? I can't find. Fuck. Yes, I need to buy it. God damn it. I wanna buy it. God damn it. So I'm window shopping that I want to have a hat. Ito na lang. Is crown considered a hat? No. I'll change my hairstyle. Ayaw mag-load. God damn it. Let me! Is this considered a hat? I don't think this is considered as a hat. I don't think this is considered a hat, but this is cute. I'm Anya! Okay.
At streaming, that dude has so many hats.
My headphones were upgraded.
I am no king nor
my
god.
hair
I
was
am
blue.
Anya.
Now we're getting somewhere. These are actionable steps. Wear a funny hat and dye your hair.
Ah, fuck!
But
Do I
if
have
you're
to
like me and
dye
you're
my
not
hair
exactly
then?
sure
I
why
can't
that matters so
do it.
much, he does actually have some pretty insightful commentary about it.
People really wanted me to always have my hair blue, and it just became a part of my brand. There are a couple of categories.
God damn it! Do I have now? Okay, sure. What the fuck? How do I do that again? God damn it! Okay. I will do that then. I will do that so I can become a pro gamer, pro streamer. We will do that. Where is the I will get rid of my vtuber studio first, so you guys can see me going to the salon and get my hair fixed. Unforgivable. I need Well, how do I do this? I actually forgot how to do things. Not gonna lie. Okay, I remember now. あれちょことこして生まれた光からよそ者なななななななano kaya magandang kulay, chat? What's a good color, chat? Anya! 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 Anya, hahaw no sabishi. Light blue? I don't think I can do like light blue. Ugarinata. Yokoshite. Naretashi. Yosama no Tagashi. Yeah, you know what? You know what? Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. There's so many things that I have to do, so never mind. Never mind. I guess I'm not a pro gamer as they said.
Oh. Okay, I guess that's it. Absolutely great editing there. Gotta love the cut right as he's opening his mouth
Thank
to
you
say
for the
more.
link,
I
Takoyaki
couldn't
Seller.
believe actually how many times he mentions his blue hair in this class.
Okay, so we have Ninja blue hair, right? I dyed my hair blue and everyone thought, okay, now blue haired person, me dyeing my hair blue and my hair was blue.
It's almost like he's convinced himself that one of the secrets to his success is that he dyed his hair a funny color. Well, since it seems to be such an
do I have
integral
to
part
have
of
the
his
blue
brand,
color?
maybe we should check in on a stream now and see how it looks.
Listen, just know that I will set my alarm at 5 a.m. so I can see all of your guys' morning wood.
I forgot to look at his hair. I think most people's experience with this class will be that
about
it's
the
very
hair.
front-loaded with content. He's got a little over an hour about the basics of what you need to just hit the go live button. And then the next section is 23 minutes long. He starts flying through these short lessons that are like, practice the game that you like, and also don't stream too much, but don't not stream too much.
Good luck.
He even spends
fuck.
2 of these very
fuck, I
crucial
didn't
minutes
stream
just
for 3 days.
rambling
Oh,
on about
no.
one specific Dead by Daylight trick he saw once, and it's like, dude, could you have written something down for this?
It's called like a 360.
Why does it seem like half the class is him going, oh shit, what else?
And then you just do it.
No scopes. No scopes are cool. So, you know, you could do one of those. Before you even have time to process anything that he said in section 2, we're already breezing right into section 3, which is less than 23 minutes long. It's so visibly short at first glance that they had to pad it out by copying and pasting 2 lessons from the previous section. Share your streams with the community and engage with each other. And now, do it again.
Listen to your chat. The next time they come in, if they say something about their dog, maybe their dog isn't feeling well, and they come in the next day and you're just like, hey Jack, what's up buddy? How's your dog, man? You probably just secured that viewer for life.
Ask
Oh,
people
fuck!
if
Okay,
their dog.
okay. Chat, meron ba kayong problema? Sabihin nyo lang sa akin. Nandito ako, Lodi Cakes. Come on. This is... Oh, shit! Shit!
He's got a section about how to deal with trolls, which is definitely something to be wary of if you're going to be doing anything in a live setting. I love that this is the only example of an insult that he could come up with on the spot.
Like, if someone says, hey Ninja, your hair is
Pera, ako
looking
din.
really blue today. Kind of weird.
Tapos tatanungin ko kayo kung ano problema nyo sa pera,
He
okay?
had one thing on his mind that day.
Blue hair.
I really liked when he went on this long explanation of how to ban people and specifically described each and
Nawawala
everything
yung
to
problema.
do.
Ay!
But
Yakay
they
naman
never
kasi.
showed his screen. I mean, you can
Tatanungin
kinda
kita
see
bukas,
it
ah.
in
Ay, hindi,
the
sa
shot,
Sabado,
but,
sa
it's
Friday.
a little blurry. Oh, here, now they're gonna show us.
So this user, I'm going to demonstrate how to ban
Miss
and
kita,
unban
fuck
them.
you.
It is literally as simple as pressing 2 buttons. So you have their username, you click ban,
Ninja, I
and
can't-
you simply just unban.
I
and
can't
they're
see
able
what
to
you're
type in the
doing,
chat
buddy.
again.
This happens multiple times. It kind of makes me think that they just forgot to record his screen while he was doing this section, and instead of attempting to recreate that B-roll, they just gave up and put nothing there. It's so bad. That's not even Tyler's fault, you know, but it does show a general lack of caring from everyone involved. There are times where the crew is either pranking Tyler with the editing or they just don't give a shit. This is a real clip from the masterclass.
Talkies. Gaming is intense, but talkies are seriously intense. And
That's not the original commercial. He doesn't shit and fart in the actual ad.
Call out your regulars and loyal viewers. They'll keep coming back.
What up, this and how you doing, bro? Fufo, I think the tier 1 sub.
Make sure to always talk to your chat. After all, they're your friends. Welcome back, Dick Lord. Thanks for the 6 months. How's your dog doing, by the way? You don't have a then get one so I can talk to you.
you now have a lot of pressure on you to set good examples.
Oh,
It is
fuck.
going to be up to you to instill
God
good
damn
morals or
it.
the morals that you have into your audience.
What if my chat is a
You know,
simp?
not promote
No,
harassment
what
and
if-
not promote, you know,
they're
being
like my
negative.
friends,
You're
they're my
trash. You're awful.
simps.
You're so stupid.
You know, and just when I thought some of his advice was starting to dip in quality, he drops this banger.
I have a Fortnite skin. It is
Alam
no
mo,
surprise
Aryan,
that the
yung
best
trust
titles
class
can
ni
grab
Ninja.
potential
Yeah,
viewers
it
while
is.
scrolling through channels.
Yeah, so, you know, if you want to get a lot of views on a video, just get Fortnite to make you a skin and put you in the item shop. And then just tell people about it. Guaranteed millions of views, dude, and it works every time. You gotta try it. Actually, a lot of the final section of this class is about these like completely unattainable things you could do to get bigger.
I always express my personality in gaming, but wanted to break out and do other forms of media and entertainment to expand my audience.
Welcome to the Daily Show.
Thank you for having me.
Don't just be a streamer, go on TV.
I wanted to be
Oh, that's
known in
not gonna
Hollywood.
happen to me.
So I went on
That's
shows
not gonna
like
happen
Ellen
to
and
me,
The Tonight
God
Show
damn.
and The Masked Singer, and was eventually cast in movies like Free Guy.
Come on, get your name out there. Be in a movie. I know it sounds crazy, but it makes a big difference.
Collaborations are a
Aw,
great
man, I
way to
wish
get
I
more
can
people
do
to your stream,
that,
and
though.
it's very exciting for your viewers.
Aw.
And of course, you gotta play Fortnite with Drake. You may think, I don't need to do that, but don't underestimate how big that could be for your career.
Starting out, you might not get to game with a celebrity.
But Ninja, you just said I could. Where he could have at least stuck the landing a
Everything for
little
free
bit
at
with some
YouTube is
solid
guys is so
marketing tips.
expensive.
The
I
branding
know, it
section
was
at
like
the end
$15
just annoyed me because
annually.
of how
God.
unspecific everything is. It's basically just a long list of Tyler's accomplishments, most of which you're probably already aware of if you spent $200 to take a ninja
Should it be
class. He
featured in an
continually
anime?
stresses
Oh,
the
that's not gonna
importance of
happen.
branding, which
If
I
I
agree
got
with,
in
but
an
doesn't
in an
give you any
anime, I will be
tangible
so
steps on how to do
surprised.
it. And I don't expect this class to suddenly transition into a graphic design lesson, but you know, if this is Masterclass's definitive how to stream course, they could at least go into some detail about the basic stream assets that you need to make. Your subscriber emotes, your channel banner, your alerts,
Thank you
the
so much for
screen
the
that says
follow.
starting
Cheek
soon, or
Buster,
be right
999,
back. You know,
welcome
all
to
those
Frosty.
things you
Wow,
can put
wow,
in to
thank
make
you.
your stream
If
unique
I create
to
a
you.
net
He
a
barely
game,
even
I'll make a
mentions
small
any of those
reference.
things. He's kind of just like,
Wow.
look at my logo.
Thank you, though.
Isn't it a
Well,
cool
not everything,
logo?
but
Joke's
most
on
is
you. It's
everything
not
is,
even my fucking logo
Was
anymore.
it I so stuff?
I
Yeah,
made
it
a
is.
worse one. Also, why even include a section about brand deals? This is a 30-day class. No one's starting a
What do you
stream
mean
from
brand
scratch.
deal?
is
I could
worth-
never have a fucking sponsor. I never had sponsor in my life. I never had any fucking brand deals. What the fuck you talking about, Ninja? Come on, it's 30 days.
Worried about doing a brand deal before they've even streamed for a month.
This is something that's going to be online
Thank you
forever
so
and
much for the
hopefully
pilot
teaching people
tomorrow.
how to
Welcome to
become
Frosty. Wow,
amazing
thank you,
professional
thank you.
streamers for decades, for a millennia to come.
Yeah, dude. 1,000 years
Your merch or
from
your
now.
brand? That's true. That's true. I
1,000
sponsor
years from
myself.
now, people are still going to be watching this class.
Voila.
I think that a good portion of the beginning of this course is helpful to someone who wants to start streaming and they have no idea what to do. But it is very clear to me that not nearly enough care or attention was put into this for it to be worthy of the cost. Also, like, I don't think Ninja is just this undeniably affable guy. He's just really fucking good at Fortnite. And you can't teach someone to be as good as he is. You especially
That's
can't teach
true.
someone to be really good at a brand new game and be better than everyone else at it before they've all caught up to you. Because that was kind of of the initial wave of the early days of Fortnite for him. So to be someone who already has a net worth of like $50 million, and then you charge all your most hardcore fans off the promise that maybe they'll be famous like you, it's bullshit, man. This sucks. What I did genuinely enjoy the most about this was the community aspect of it. Like I said, there's a point where Ninja kind of puts the burden on you to support each other's streams, but for the most part, people did. And that's cool because it's pretty easy to get selfish when you're starting something and you're like, you know what? That's great. I see that you're streaming. I love that for you. But could someone watch my stream maybe? So it was cool to see people go out of their way to compliment someone's setup or answer a question that someone had. But it's funny to me that potentially the most valuable part of the class is the one part that Ninja has no involvement in. There's so many cool people taking this class with all different kinds of content. I saw a Lego building stream. I saw a couple that streams at Disneyland. But my favorite streamer by far was this kid, Plushy Orca.
If we don't get this dub, I'll eat a spoonful of mayonnaise. No spoonful of mayonnaise for me.
Tell me that that's not the most badass clip you've ever seen. To their credit, the class does have its own
streamer
TA
is
that
Joseph
goes around,
Anderson.
interacting with people's posts, but
He's
it's
so
never
funny.
anything super specific to that person.
What's your favorite piece of decor? What's your favorite conversation piece? What's your favorite piece or prop? Are you working on building connections in other communities? Are you working on building connections in other communities? Tom, are you building connections? Let's go. Anything else? Anything else? Anything else?
And before you ask, the TA is not Ninja himself. Not that I would expect him to be, although it would be really funny if he was commenting on these in third person. No, the TA is a mysterious and unknown entity. One who's really only there to make the community section seem more valuable than it actually is. The one silver lining with this course, if you spent almost $200 and you got to this point and you're like, that's it? Is that you're still able to watch a shit ton of content on Masterclass. It's just a matter of whether that's something that actually has value to you, because it might not. You might have noticed Marquez Brownlee just launched his own course about video creating and posting, and I feel like this class is just so much beefier than the one I just watched. He has a 21-minute video entirely dedicated to lenses. If you've ever watched his content, you know that he's extremely tech savvy, and he also has a much more natural teaching cadence with the way he lays out information. Whereas Tyler, I assume, was just riffing things off the top of his head, which is probably why he constantly trailed off into silence.
Streaming just gave me the platform to, and I think that's how, you know.
That's how I
but
speak.
I mean, my recommendation is.
But you know what? It's not fair of me to just sit here and criticize Ninja without taking his tips and tricks into the real world. So for the next 3 weeks, I will be following his advice to a T as I create my own Twitch channel and try to build it from the ground up with no promotion whatsoever. Now, obviously, I don't want this Twitch account to link back to me in any way. If someone finds my channel, I want it to be entirely organic. So I'm going to try to create a persona that's both generic and yet still true to my own brand. I can't believe that name wasn't already taken. After some light branding and a little bit of finagling on OBS, I hit start on my very first stream, and I forgot to enable VODs beforehand, so there is no record of it. And of course I had one of the most insane Fortnite wins I've ever had. I somehow escaped so many near-death experiences and made it all the way to the end, and then I won because the last player left just died. I didn't shoot him, I didn't see him, he must have just walked into the storm, I guess, because I won without doing anything. And you can't even see my reaction to it. Once I realized that I had nothing important to do for the rest of the day until my wife came home in a couple hours, I went live for another first stream. This time I had old school RuneScape open while I spent 8 minutes trying to figure out how to get a chat overlay on stream. If you're wondering, I learned how to do that from a free YouTube video, not the class that I paid for. Right as I was settled in and satisfied with my work, the unexpected happened. someone showed up. The possibility of this
What are you
happening
doing?
was so minuscule in my mind that I was not prepared for this at all. I actually almost panicked and ended stream.
What if I panicked and ended stream?
But I stayed on for a few minutes and had a short conversation with her. She told me she plays RuneScape too and was literally just scrolling through the OSRS tab
It
on
was
Twitch,
your actually
and
because
she
your
clicked
name
on
is
my
Scoliosis
stream
King.
because my name was Scoliosis King. So 1 point for my awesome branding. What a great day. But obviously I still wasn't satisfied. So before my third stream, I did a little bit of work to make the viewer experience better. I put the Finding Nemo DVD menu on the TV in this stock photo I found. I made a couple playlists for different moods I might find myself in. And then I started stream with my microphone off for 2 minutes. You know, and that's the thing about going live in front of 0 viewers. There's no stakes, no pressure, no one to tell you that your audio levels are terrible.
Yeah.
Oopsies. For stream number 4, I made sure to test the audio levels beforehand, so that was good to go. And then I put on a hat. I guess you could say I was learning. Even though no one technically watched the stream or, you know, even tuned in at any point, I felt good about my growth as a streamer. I was kicking ass in the game.
No spoonful of mayonnaise for me.
I was being relatable.
Y'all ever drink water before?
I felt like if I just stuck to it, things would turn around eventually. And then my next stream took all the wind out of my sails. It was a combination of things. I was doing one of my least favorite Slayer tasks in RuneScape, a game I've already been getting kind of bored of lately.
I am bored of this game.
I was really tired that day, and the repetitiveness of what I was doing certainly didn't help. When there's no one there to bounce energy off of, it's really hard to maintain energy. And you feel like you should the whole time, just in case someone pops in and you have like 2 seconds to lure them in, and you never know when it's gonna be, so you have to always be ready.
Thank you so much to everybody who watched today, which from the looks of it was nobody.
But even at this point, I tried to stay optimistic and keep focusing on improving the quality of my stream. I thought I had a pretty funny idea for the alert that would play whenever I got a new follower or subscriber. The thing is, like, that doesn't matter if no one's doing either of those things. So I took matters into my own hands by blowing the dust off the Stream Deck that I bought in 2020 and never opened. With this device, I could repurpose all of the sound effects I've saved on my computer over the years, including this fart compilation that I forgot was over a minute long. For my 7th attempt, I put everything that I had learned thus far together and had what I think was my best stream yet.
Thanks for jumping out of the bush so I could see where you were, dude.
I was energetic. I was being a little goofball.
Just being a goofball.
I was making wacky faces left and right, just like the master himself. But yet again, I looked over and no one was there to watch. It was frustrating to feel like I was finally starting to hit my stride creatively, but it wasn't making a difference because no one was finding my stream. At this point, I had utilized just about every tip that Ninja had given me, and then some. And still, it wasn't working. I knew that something drastic had to change, but what?
Oh, it hurts.
My crazy hair, like crazy blue hair.
Oh,
Blue hair, blue-haired person. My recommendation is dyeing my hair blue.
Oh God. Oh my God, he did it! He actually did it!
I could have just bought a wig.
Too late. Didn't think about that in time. So at this point, you're probably wondering, Drew, did you really spend 4 hours in a hair salon just because Ninja mentioned his hair a few times? And also, did you have to download Instacart this week because you're too embarrassed to go to the grocery store? Yes to both. But the reason I dyed my hair is because I had something crazy in mind for the culmination of my journey. I was going to do a 24-hour stream. This was a big leap for me. Up until this point, I had only streamed for like an hour or 2 at a time just to dip my toes in the pool. And now I was going to jump upside down into the ocean. So with my wife away for the weekend and my hair the color of toothpaste, around 12:30 p.m. on Saturday, I began what I assumed would be the most successful night of my Twitch career. I was wrong. I got off to a pretty hot start, honestly. I was feeling
darn.
good. Turns out the beginning of a 24-hour stream is the same as a regular stream because you haven't done the 24-hour part yet. Really, this is no different than what I normally do. I'm just playing video games. No
For
one's
24
watching me.
hours.
I'm talking out loud to myself. Well, I
Aw.
shouldn't say no one is watching. There was a point early on where a spam bot came in and advertised something. Sure would be great if they showed Ninja's screen during that lesson on how to ban someone from your chat. Because then I would know how to do it. It was several hours
Freedom,
before
you
any
felt
real
it
person
so
joined. It was my
bad.
follower, Samantha.
God, I need blue hair
didn't like
then.
my hair, so that's not
God,
good.
that
Now,
hair
before
is
all this, I had
awful.
recently begun a pretty regimented meal plan, and I didn't want to lose all my progress just because of this video. So I made sure to use sound alerts to build reminders into the stream.
Oatmeal time. What?
A fun surprise happened about 3.5 hours into the stream. A new viewer showed up. I got a new person. Welcome in. I've streamed so many times. I've only had one chatter. I was confused by his message though. He said 24 hours? Really? Like he doesn't believe that I could do it. You don't know anything about me, dude.
Hello,
You don't know what
Cassie.
kind
Also
of
ka
resolve
na
I have. Then he told me that I look really bored and that I should chew on something. You know, it's not my fault that I have resting
Where's Blue
bored
Mitchell?
face. My
Fine.
face-
Fine. Whatever. Okay. Let me make a blue hair. Okay, sure. If you guys want it, okay. I can do it. Okay, sure. I Sure, okay, sure. Where is it? I actually forgot. Ayun kasi magkaroon ng blue dito sa hair ko eh. It's a bit difficult, man. It's a bit difficult. Okay, I think I found it now. Okay. But this is still bad. Still bad. Okay, magsasalon lang po. Magsasalon lang po. Salon. Ah, fuck! Shit! Yes. Sorry, God damn it. Okay. Wait lang, chat. Nasa salon pa ako. Wait lang, chat. Okay? I need this so I can become a pro streamer like Ninja. He's my inspiration. Oh my god. My inspiration in streaming. Ninja. Oh my god. No! Ang bobo ko, Ninja. Magago. Again. Ang gago. Mali. Ay. Mali. Again. That'll be easier to change color. It's a bit difficult as well. Brown is a bit difficult to change hair, not gonna lie, chat. But don't worry. I got it. God damn it, not it. That's not it. No! No! God damn it! Again. Nakuha ko na eh. Tanga lang ako eh. What did you do? Just put a full blur filter over your whole model to become a smurf. No! I am not a smurf. I don't smurf, okay? I am not a smurf. I am not a smurf, okay? Not a smurf. Don't worry, this is because of Ninja, my inspiration in life. I always do flossing every goddamn day, every goddamn night. Fortnite forever, yes. Putang ina mo! Wait lang po, wait lang po. Malapit na for realsies, malapit na. Sadyang tanga lang ako. It's so shit. It's so shit. You guys have no idea. Okay, you ready? You ready for my reveal? You guys ready for my reveal? Oh, wait lang. Okay, for my reveal, huh? Putang ina! What the fuck is it? Blue air! Oh my god! Okay, now let's continue. We already know. Now we know. Now we're
Does this.
pro gamer. Let's go.
That was his final message in the chat. He never came back. When 4 o'clock rolled around, it was time for my yogurt.
Yogurt time.
I'm talking Oiko's 000.
Ninja time.
And it was around this time when the cracks were starting to form. The regret that I felt from blowing it with Chucky earlier
I'm actually
was really
Sonic.
sending me on a downward spiral. I started listening to Doodlebop songs. I took multiple Doodlebops quizzes. I found out I was Rooney. 6 hours in, I made me as Ninja on The Sims. And I designed him a beautiful house with no privacy except for one curtain by the kitchen toilet. He also had a basement stream room filled with trees and portraits of faraway landscapes, places he couldn't go to because he was on house arrest for tax evasion. I forgot that I accidentally made him really mean though, so every time he tried to talk to someone, it would turn contentious immediately. The only thing he ever wanted to do with them was get into a fist fight. I figured he was just lonely and didn't know how to express himself.
I am now
so I put in
Ninja.
an online
Thank you
order
for
of
the
a
link,
cat.
Canada.
A guy from the adoption agency brought him out to me, and I got him confused with a different cat that I spent the next few hours talking to. So the guy took the cat that I was supposed to adopt, and the cat that I was talking to walked off my lot, and I never saw him again. So that was when I stopped playing The Sims. A third of the way there, my one follower Samantha suggested GeoGuessr, and this was perfect for the state of mind that I was in. A few weeks ago, I was watching this guy Banthany refuse to end his stream until he hit a state streak on GeoGuessr of 100. It ended up taking him 150 hours to do it, but when he finally did, it was one of the greatest moments I've ever seen on Twitch.
I can't look. I can't look. I can't look. I can't look. Yes! 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 Yes!
Not to brag or anything, but I'm pretty good at GeoGuessr too. My state streak is 5. At this point, my focus was solely on marching forward. No one else had popped in at
Blue
all.
hair Mishima looks better than I expected. Really
I got over 2 hours out of
Really?
Roller Coaster Tycoon.
The
I even
heck?
beat one of the hardest scenarios in the game without breaking a sweat. I am a gamer god. Why is no one here to appreciate it? Around 4 a.m., I was starting to get a little tired. So I began a new playthrough of Wolfenstein 2 on the hardest difficulty.
No, not Sonic 2! No, not Sonic 2! No!
All things considered, went all right for a bit until I hit what proved to be an impenetrable wall. So I mumbled something incoherent.
If you guys was blue
exited
too,
out of the
I
game,
can't really change
and went on a
my
short
dress,
break
not gonna lie. This is a
3
difficult
hours
one.
and 42 minutes.
I didn't go to sleep, and I don't want to go back to sleep, I don't want to go to sleep for the first time.
I guess I thought about it, and I was like, no one even knows
Madami
that
Tamas,
I'm here.
Anya!
If I go to sleep right now, it's not like anyone will say, hey, buddy, wake up, you gotta finish your stream. They wouldn't say anything because no one even knows that I'm doing this. As I drifted off to sleep on my couch that's not quite long enough to hold a human-sized man, I started to have crazy dreams. The viewer count was climbing fast. 100, 1,000, 10,000 people all here to
that's
cheer
not
me
gonna
on
happen
and
to me.
say pog and whatever KEKW means. I got to show them the game I invented that had a perfect score on Metacritic. It was Harry Potter themed. I don't know how I got the rights to that. Everybody applauded my effort and congratulated me on a job well done. And then 3 hours later, I woke up and no one was there, obviously. If people weren't joining the stream before, they weren't gonna pop in now and wait an indefinite amount of time for me to return from my hiatus.
There's gonna be a ninja tama redeem of me being blue?
That I was probably using a little inaccurately. But I went and grabbed my cold brew from yesterday out of the fridge and popped on some GeoGuessr while I slowly woke myself up.
Oh no. It transported me back to the past. I gotta find Doc.
Even in this mental
I
state,
think
I
viewer
managed
is going to
reach a
skyrocket
new
this. Oh, that's true. That's true.
record-breaking
Never
stage
doubt,
streak. That's
ninja.
right.
Yeah, never doubt.
Time was melting away, and as the sun moved further and further towards the center of the sky, I knew that the prison sentence I had forced upon myself would soon be complete. With about 90 minutes left of stream, I decided that I would get a Fortnite dub right as time expired. A lofty goal, I know, but I was up for the challenge. Just kidding. This is some of the worst Fortnite I've ever played in my life. Turns out video games are way harder when your brain doesn't work. With a little under 30 minutes left, my boy Eddie popped in, and it was a glorious moment. 4 years ago, my Twitch career began alongside him, and even though I followed that up with roughly a 1,500-day break, it felt so poetic to be right back where I started. And during our second of 2 games together, he died because he went to ping an enemy and his controller made him take a selfie. But not even yet another quick loss could bring me down at this point. I was so close to being done. Who gives a shit? Fuck this stupid game. When it was time to get my dub right as the clock hit 24, I realized that wasn't going to happen, so instead I jumped off a cliff and lived. The stream is over. I never have to do this again. I'm never going to do this again. Fuck you, ninja. So let's recap. I streamed for about 40 hours on this account, and during that time, roughly 25 people came in at different points, but almost none of them stayed for more than a few seconds. 3 people actually typed a message in the chat, but one of them was a bot. After spending $150 to dye my hair and delivering 24 straight hours of high-octane content, except when I fell asleep, I grew all the way from 1 follower to 1. I still have 1 follower. Big shout out to Samantha. You were there from the beginning. You were the only one there at any point. So
Wait, I wanna see if he still has a 1 follower. I doubt it. Switch that TV. What the fuck? This is eyes. Scoliosis king. Oh my god. He has 22.2. He has 22.2 followers now. Oh shit. It's 22.2. Yeah, what the The rumors are true. I have scoliosis, but I'm not going to let that stop me from getting 3rd place in Fortnite almost every time. Let's go. No, that's some. Oh my god, it is legit. Oh no. Oh no, it's legit. Oh my god. Oh no. Shit. I need to get blue hair. I already have blue hair. Oh god. I expect new followers. Joke lang. Joke lang. Okay.
Even though things didn't exactly work out for me, I don't think Ninja's class is entirely useless. He taught me how to set up OBS. Everything else, like all of the specific overlays I wanted to do, using the Stream Deck for sound effects and scene changes, I fucking Googled all that. And it was free! There are a handful of people in
True.
Masterclass who don't speak much publicly, so if you're like a massive
Blu-ray
fan of them, it
24
would
hours. Oh,
probably
no,
be
that's
worth
not
it
gonna
to
happen.
hear
24 hours
Mariah
stream,
Carey, for
no.
instance, talk about singing. I'm not trying to learn how to sing, but it'd probably be pretty cool to hear her talk about it, you know? But even if you are the world's biggest Ninja fan, I promise you, you have not run out of Ninja content to watch. He's probably streaming right now. And if you want to learn how he streams, pay attention to what he does and take notes. That's it. He's good at his job. He's been doing this for a long time. I think an aspiring streamer could learn a lot just from watching him. But you don't need to pay him $180 to tell you, you know, sometimes I talk in a funny voice. Out of all the jobs on Masterclass, his is the most publicly available. Like, I can't just walk into a kitchen and look over a chef's shoulder to see how they made something. I don't know the process of writing poetry just because I read a finished poem. I don't know what goes into getting a series picked up just because I watched the show. There are plenty of classes on here where that kind of inside look is something that's unique and valuable. But Ninja is showing you how to do his job every time he does his job, because that's part of the job. You can't stream if you're not showing people. I lost my mind. My hair is blue and I lost my mind. I'm gonna take a walk. Babe? There's a guy in our kitchen? Don't worry, it's just me.
I am not sponsored by HelloFresh.
Food
I am
delivered
not
straight to your door
sponsored
is
by
one of life's greatest
HelloFresh.
luxuries.
I am
Especially
not
when
sponsored
your
by
hair glows in
HelloFresh.
the
I
dark.
am not
Here's the thing, if
even.
I'm not looking
I am not
in a mirror,
even.
I
What do
forget
you
about
call this one?
I
Healthy
can't
person
see
to get
the top
to
of
get
my
the
head from
HelloFresh
this
ad.
angle, so I forget
We can
that
change
I
bids
look like
now.
it's a
I guess so
cupcake hand.
because it's done now, right? Because it's all HelloFresh. Yeah, it's all HelloFresh and all. Why is his hair so different here? Your Sprout Fresh. I mean, you guys keep hydrating it, so yes. Yes. It's over? It's just ads? Okay, we can go to the next video. Okay. Why am I loading? This is bullshit. I am gonna look at my Discord server. Flowing waterfalls in a small jar. Oh, terrarium builds. I like looking at those.
It's been quite a while since I made a quality terrarium build. Standard terrariums are pretty cool, but I'm always looking to try something new. Although I've put waterfalls into a terrarium a few times before, this one will be a little different. It will begin with this awesome glass jar. I like when they have a glass lid like this, because it doesn't cast shadows on the design inside. This build also has to include a pump that will move the water. I've selected a mini USB pump. Although I could put this directly into the jar, that will complicate the entire process. Instead of doing that, I'll place it into a dedicated reservoir. I found this ceramic bowl which will work perfectly for that. The cool thing is that it fits perfectly onto the bottom of the jar, like so. These three components will make the build possible, so we'll start here. The pump will pull water from the bowl and send it into the jar through a rigid airline tube. I'll have to create an opening for that to occur. I selected a diamond tipped hole saw that's slightly larger than the diameter of the tube. That will be important later. Anyway, the best way to address this is with a guide. I made this out of expanded PVC board by drilling 2 holes. One is for the pump tube, and the other larger one is for a drain. I taped this onto the bottom of the jar. The tape will help retain water and keep the bit from overheating as it's drilled. I also taped up the interior to reduce blowout. Then I got to drilling. I took my time and let the weight of the drill do the work. Here's the result after I made it through. Everything looks good, but I have to make another modification. You'll see here that the ceramic bowl is pinching the pump's cord. That's no good. I'll create a divot in the top with a cutting wheel. It took a while, but now there's no obstruction. Another area that I need to address is inside of the jar. The tube goes up through the hole as intended, but I need to encase this in a protective barrier. I considered a few options, but the easiest solution is probably a PVC pipe. I measured and cut for the appropriate height on this already. That way it fits perfectly around the pump's tube. I'll also put a larger piece of PVC pipe in the bottom of the bowl for stability. Without it, the jar can be easily disturbed. The drain hole needs a barrier as well. I have a piece of window screen for that. I'll secure all of these to the appropriate surfaces with silicone. I applied it along the bottom of the large PVC and pressed it into the bowl. Then I put a bead around the drain hole. I placed a screen over this. Last but not least, I secured the final pipe over the other hole.
There's a tool made for
I
cutting
let it all
PVC
sit
pipes.
overnight. Here
Yeah?
it is the next day. Everything is secure and looking good. Before I proceed further, I need to address the water flow. If I run it as is, the water really doesn't go anywhere. I need a piece up on the top that will divert the flow. I was going to make a piece from scratch, but as I looked through my filter bin here, I found this little piece that will work perfectly. It snugly fits into the PVC pipe, and the filter tube can fit inside of this.
Oh.
For stability, I glued this in the PVC pipe with hot glue. Here's how the water flow looks now. This will work much better.
That's actually really nice.
The whole reason I set it up like this is so I can easily pull the terrarium off the base and access the pump. That way, if anything goes wrong, I can address it without ruining the terrarium. I'll create a background of sorts around this. I decided the best option was a clay background. I've shown this before in the Wabi Kusa and Isopod Vivarium videos. I use aqua soil, cocoa fiber, and natural clay cat litter to create this. The cat litter is just bentonite clay with no additives, so it's okay to use. This will help bind everything together. Anyway, I'll mix up the clay and aqua soil separately with water. I don't know the exact ratios here, but I add water and mix it until stable. Then I combine roughly 1 part clay with 3 parts aqua soil until uniform. I sprinkle on 1 part of cocoa fiber and mix it in until everything's cohesive. The result is something really stable that makes for a good background if you can keep it wet. Otherwise it will dry up, crack, and fall off the side. I'll add this to the jar simply by sticking it to the sides. It will stay put as long as it remains wet.
Thank you
Put
so
it
much for
along
the
the back
final
and around the
jar.st
PVC pipe.
or jar.tft.
I'll
Welcome to
use
the
this
Smash
initial
Wow,
layer
wow,
to
thank you,
situate
thank
the
you.
other components. I've selected 2B limestone and limestone gravel to create the waterfall look. To begin, I pressed the larger chunks into the clay. I built up more around them as needed. This was pretty easy to do, and I think it looks pretty cool. I went back with a toothpick and carved out the details between the stones.
Scooby?
I figured this was worth the time, even though it will likely be hidden later on. During all of this, I got a lot of clay on the rocks. Luckily, that's an easy fix. I dipped a toothbrush into water and scrubbed it off. After that, I sprayed away the excess. I went back and added the small stones. These help tie everything together and make the background
Sorry
look
if you
more
guys can
cohesive.
hear my iPhone notification sound.
I really like how all of this turned out. However, it will look even better with the plants. I'll start with some thread moss that I pulled from the driveway. This stuff will do great in here. Plus it will retain the
Oh, you
sense
guys
of
can't
scale
hear it?
because
Okay.
of its fine texture.
I
To
thought you
plant
guys can
I
hear it
simply
because
wedged
it's
it
like
between the
literally
stones
next to
and
my
into the
mic.
clay. Adding the moss is always one of my favorite parts. I love how it ties everything together and brings life to the setup. Not only does it look cool, but the moss will also help hold everything together
I
and
look
reduce
so
erosion long term.
pretty!
I absolutely love it with the moss. I can't wait to see how it looks with flowing water, but I need to address the bottom area first. I'll fill it up with gravel because of the drain. However, I'd prefer if you can't see it, so I lined the edges with the clay mixture. That way I can use it to conceal the gravel and maximize the vibe. I poured the gravel in just below the
Ah, you
clay.
guys didn't hear it? Okay. Thank you
Then I went
though.
and redistributed it with a brush. To embellish the details, I added a few stones.
I actually really want to make like these
After
kinds
that,
of
I topped everything
terrariums,
off
but
with
I'm bad
moss.
at it. I'm really bad with taking care of stuff.
I placed some gravel in the foreground for additional texture. This would work with moss alone, but I decided to add Ficus pumila quercifolia and Bucephalangia brownie brown as well. I put these in areas I felt could benefit from more texture. As I did, I made sure to nestle the roots within the moss so they remain hydrated.
No! Why are you putting me in the jar?
I don't know about you, but I love how this looks.
Yeah, it's
Simple
pretty
and
pretty.
beautiful. At this point in the build, I'd typically add springtails to mitigate mold on organic components. That said, I don't see it being an issue in this one, so the only thing left to do now is to get the water flowing.
Pretty. Lunod na lunod yung moss. But pretty. Pambawahin na gama.
There you have it, a mossy terrarium or mossarium complete with a running waterfall. I like the simplicity of the build and how it all came together. It has a sort of elegance about it that in my opinion is very appealing. I'm also really pleased with how the pump is situated.
Yeah, fantasy
It's
vibe.
effortless
Hello,
to service
gak pa
and should
pala.
work quite well long
Nama.
term. It really comes in handy that it's not in the
Pretty.
terrarium itself, especially because
Will
of
it
how small
survive
the
though? I
container
mean, I
is.
guess.
Anyway,
It has
that's
a
all I
drain,
have
so
for you
it
in this
won't
one.
like
I had a lot
drown.
of fun with this build, and I hope you all enjoyed it. Let me know what you think about it in the comments, leave the video with a thumbs up to support the channel, and
Pretty.
subscribe for more. Until next time,
Blue and
Surfer
hair.
Squad, take care, and
Sweet
peace.
bread and renown. This is blue hair because Ninja said so. I am learning from the best. The longest running evolution experiment. Pretty like Micha. Micha what? Happy birthday, Sweet Bread! Habadu! Hope you have a great birthday, Happy Ba! Happy birthday! Happy birthday to you! 생일 축하합니다. 어誕저비 오메데토. Happy birthday to you. Shit, mali. Maligayang bati. Okay, there you go. And my birthday was I thought your birthday's today. I thought your birthday's today. You said August 10. Nakita ka din sa birthday bot. God damn it. What the fuck is that? Yeah, birthday bot says today. Am I getting bamboozled by Sir Wheatbread? Hinati ka marami sa server.
These are bacteria growing into increasingly concentrated antibiotics. The bacteria stop growing when they hit the first antibiotic strip, but then a mutant appears capable of surviving in the antibiotic. Then another mutation occurs, and now the bacteria can survive 10 times the concentration. Then
Ano
100
ba
times,
yan?
and finally, after just 11 days of evolution, these bacteria
Well,
can survive
Earstream, your
antibiotics
Airstream.
1,000 times stronger than what would have
Happy
killed them at the
birthday
start.
to you.
You're watching evolution in action.
This video was sponsored by Bounty.
Maligayang
reminding
bati.
you
I am
that a
not
hygienic
sponsored
way to
by
clean up
Bounty.
messes and
I am
spills
not
is
sponsored
with
by
paper towel.
Bounty.
Now, bacteria are everywhere, especially in damp places like dishcloths. So I'm going to do a little experiment where I add some fluorescent powder to this dishcloth to represent bacteria without telling anyone in my household. And then I'm going to come back later to see where all of this powder ends up. But for now, I'm off to Michigan to see the world's longest running evolution experiment.
Okay.
Let's go.
This is Richard Lenski. He started the experiment 33 years ago, and along with a team of colleagues, he has kept it going, even on weekends, ever since. In this lab, are 12 flasks of live E. coli bacteria. They are the lucky few, the ones that have survived over 3 decades of evolution in a lab.
So there are 12 long-term lines.
In 1988, a single common ancestor spawned these 12 separate populations, and ever since that day, they have been growing and dividing independently. So how have they evolved? There are other long-running evolution experiments, like since 1896, scientists at the University of Illinois have selectively bred corn, but they get only 1 generation per year, whereas these bacteria go through 6 or 7 generations a day. So after 33 years, the bacteria in these flasks are generation 74,500. If those were human generations, it would represent 1.5 million years of hominid evolution.
We'll become a monkey.
What we do to start the experiment is we dilute a large population of bacteria
They're breeding
onto a
porn.
petri dish.
What?
And each individual cell makes a colony. And so then we take a little bit from one colony to start one population, a little bit from another colony to start another population. But effectively, they all started from individual cells, and that's important because it means if we see the same thing happening in replicate populations, it's not because they started out with the same genetic variants and natural selection just fished out the same thing over and over. You actually had to have independent mutations that would give rise to these competitive advantages, whatever it might be, that would produce the repeatability across the 12 replicate populations.
The lab environment is very different from the one the bacteria are used to. It's much simpler, there are no other organisms present, they're kept at 37 degrees Celsius, and they live in the same solution, a mixture including glucose, potassium phosphate, citrate, and a few other things. Their only carbon source is glucose, which is limited.
Above all else, consuming that glucose and converting it to offspring, replicating as fast as possible, has been essentially what we seem to
Splatoon
be
3 direct today? I mean, I haven't
in
played
each
Splatoon
flask,
in my
the bacteria
life.
divide 6 or 7 times, which increases their numbers 100-fold.
Imagine drink that water, oh god,
Normally,
please.
we think of generations as being
I'm
limited
drinking
by
water
the
right
time
now,
that has
so we
elapsed.
speak.
But in the case of these bacteria, they're limited by the resources available to them. If they had 10 times the solution, they would increase their numbers an additional 10 times. Then, almost
New
every
generation of
day for the
bacteria.
past
Ew.
33 years,
Bacteria.
this transfer process has taken place. 0.1 milliliters, or 1% of the solution from each flask, is transferred to a sterile new flask containing the same solution. It essentially dilutes the bacteria 100-fold.
Do you think
This
they're
gives
the
them the
longest?
space and resources they
they're
need
the
to
longest
grow and divide again,
living
increasing their
being in the
population
world,
100
bacterias.
times, before this same process is repeated the next day.
Mga
And then
Zex
the day
na!
after that, and the day after that, even on weekends. This process has been going on for over 3 decades. What happens to bacteria that are not transferred to the new flasks, the 99%?
Hello, Izumi, come on.
What happens in the autoclave room?
Every day, 99% of the E. coli meet their demise in this horrible room.
Is this like a bacterial crematorium?
Yeah, exactly.
You can imagine if the scientists didn't do this, but instead gave all the bacteria 100 times more solution to grow on every day, well, the experiment would soon become unmanageable. On day 2, you would need a cubic meter of solution, but by day 13, the experiment would be 10 times the volume of
Yes,
Earth.
hello, Leah
And by day
Paner.
42, the experiment would
Tama,
fill
Leo.
up the
I am
entire
doing.
observable universe.
To me, it seems like the whole idea of genetics is for them to stay constant and for mutations to be rare.
Yes.
Yet in your experiment, it seems they're not rare.
So we estimate that in our bacteria, only about 1 out of maybe 100
Hindi
or
ba
1 out of
nakakangawit
1,000
yan?
cells will have even a single mutation. So that's not very much. By contrast, in humans, it's estimated that each one of our offspring has
How
perhaps
are you? I'm doing good as
10,
well. I'm just
20, 50
working while watching my my
So the
community's
bacteria are
videos
extremely
that keep
conservative,
sending
but there
to
are
me.
also billions of them in even a tiny flask. And so if you have a chance in
Happens
1,000
to
of
be this.
mutating and you have 1 billion individuals, then every day in one of these flasks we might have 1 million new mutations. So that's a lot of variation on which natural selection can act. Maybe half of those mutations have no effect whatsoever on the bacteria's ability to grow and thrive in that particular environment. They might be mutations that would matter out in the great outdoors, but this is a very simple environment. Maybe those genes aren't even expressed. Another half of the mutations, speaking very, very roughly, might actually be deleterious mutations. They make the bacteria an inferior competitor. But there's maybe, out of those million mutations that occur every day, maybe there's 10, maybe there's 100, maybe there's 1,000 of them that actually change something in the cell that gives the bacteria a competitive advantage over their progenitors. And those then grow over the course of that day. Then every day, 99% of the population is eliminated. This lucky 1% prevails, and if those lucky 1% include one of the guys from the previous day that was growing at 10% faster than the other guys, it has a higher probability of contributing to that next flask, the next day's flask, and in the fresh medium, and it will continue to grow faster at a 10% clip, and that compounds by an exponential process. So the mutations, are really rare when they first occur, and many of them are lost. But once they get common, if they have that competitive advantage, they'll just sweep through the population.
But how do you know that the bacteria actually have a competitive advantage? I mean, how can you tell that they're getting better suited to their environment? Well, this is where one of the unique properties of bacteria come in. They can be frozen for long periods of time and then
Those bacteria are
revive.
like your hair. Hey, don't say that! This is a ninja hair!
So these are the racks that contain the frozen
Basically,
samples
growing a
of the
bacteria,
bacteria from the various generations.
Every 500
Jeez.
generations, roughly 75 days, they freeze a sample of each population. By freezing previous generations, Lenski and his team have a frozen fossil record.
So our samples from over 30 years ago remain perfectly viable. And so that gives us an ability to do what I like to call time travel. We can literally compare organisms that lived at different points in time. So we can compete bacteria from generation 70,000 against their ancestor.
That's right. The way they measure fitness
Oh,
is by
God.
competing the current generation of bacteria against older generations. It's like a strange bacteria fight club. They thaw out the old generation, mix it into a flask with the current generation, and then plate out a sample of the solution to see the relative abundances of the two populations at the start. Then they incubate the flask for a day, and then plate them out again. And the point is to compare their relative growth rates. Which generation was better able to utilize the glucose and divide faster?
Well, how the heck do you tell an evolved bacterium from its ancestor? Do they wave little flags at you and say, hey, I'm the evolved guy? And of course they don't. But what we have is this color marker embedded in the experiment. So 6 of our populations on a certain kind of agar plate make red colonies, and 6 of them make white colonies. And we have one version of the ancestor that makes red colonies and one that makes white colonies. We can compete one of the red evolved populations against the white ancestor, or one of the white evolved populations against the red ancestor, and we can distinguish them.
In this case, it's clear that the evolved red population outcompeted their white ancestor. Now, to determine the winner, all of the colonies are counted by hand.
So what was the earliest sort of big findings from the experiment?
The first thing we found, not that there was any doubt about it, but it's one of the most direct demonstrations of Darwinian adaptation by natural selection you can imagine. Yes, they're getting to be better competitors over time. It's a common observation in other evolution experiments that evolution in a new environment gets off to a rip-roaring start and then tends to slow down over time. And so we repeated that observation, and I imagined that the long-term lines would actually sort of flatline at some point. And I actually thought about stopping the experiment, but I got wise advice from colleagues and from my wife, Madeline, let's keep it going, and so I agreed to that.
And it's a good thing he did, because in 2003, the bacteria started doing something remarkable.
One of the 12 lineages suddenly began to consume a second carbon source, citrate, which had been present in our medium throughout the experiment. It's in the medium as what's called a chelating agent to bind metals in the medium, but E. coli, going back to its original definition as a species, is incapable of that. But one day we found one of our flasks had more turbidity.
You're making slime,
I thought we probably had a contaminant in there. Some bacterium had gotten in there that could eat the citrate. and therefore had raised the turbidity. We went back into the freezer and restarted evolution. We also started checking those bacteria to see whether they really were E. coli. Yep, they were E. coli. Were they really E. coli that had come from the ancestral strain? Yep. So we started doing genetics on it. It was very clear that one of our bacteria lineages had essentially, I like to say, sort of woken up one day, eaten the glucose, and unlike any of the other lineages, discovered that there was this nice lemony dessert, and they'd begun consuming that and getting a second source of carbon and energy. Zach was interested in the question of, well, why did it take so long to evolve this, and why has only one population evolved that ability? He went into the freezer
Japan
and he picked
genetically make
bacterial
cat girls
individuals or
free soon.
clones from that lineage that eventually evolved that ability, and then he tried to evolve that ability again.
Japan is a
starting from
weeb
different
country.
points. So in a sense, it's
Bound
almost
to
like,
happen.
well, it's like rewinding the tape and starting, well, let's go back to the minute 5 of the movie. Let's go back to minute 10 of the movie, minute 20 of the movie, and see if the result changes depending on when we did it. Because this citrate phenotype, there were essentially 2 competing explanations for why it was so difficult to evolve.
Philippine Cat Girl
One was that it was
Cafe.
just a really rare mutation.
What the
It wasn't
fuck?
like one of these just change one letter. It was something where maybe you had to flip a certain segment of DNA and you had to have
it's
exactly
Japan.
this
What do
break
you
point and
expect?
exactly that break point, and that was the only way to do it. So it was a rare event, but it could have
Squeaky
happened
chair,
at any
sorry.
point in time.
So
The
hard.
alternative hypothesis
Sit.
is that, well, what happened was a series of events that made something perfectly ordinary become possible that wasn't possible at the beginning because a mutation would only have this effect once other aspects of the organism had changed. To make a long story short, it turns out it's such a difficult trait to evolve because both of those hypotheses are true.
The experiment uncovered other surprising findings, like instead of the bacteria getting more numerous over time, they actually decreased in number, but each individual bacterium got larger. 6 of the 12 populations evolved hypermutability, mutation rates 100 times higher than their ancestors. But these populations subsequently acquired additional mutations that brought the mutation rate back down. I mean, it's advantageous to be able to evolve faster than others, but if the mutation rate is too high, then offspring have too many deleterious mutations. But maybe the most surprising finding of all is what didn't happen.
This view I had that they were flatlining turned out to be quite false. I had sort of imagined a very simple mathematical model. You can create something called a rectangular hyperbola, I guess, which has an initial high slope and then reaches an asymptote. But they're equally simple models. There's a model that also has just 2 parameters called a power law model that says things slow down, but it doesn't have an upper bound. It says just keep going for time immemorial, and things will just keep going faster, but a slower and slower rate of further improvement. And it turned out that model actually fits our data better than that original model I had imagined. And not only does it fit it better, okay, you say statistics, science, fitting curves, it actually predicts the future. And that's what's really cool, because the original model, if you give it, say, just 5,000 generations worth of our fitness data and ask it to predict into the future, it says the asymptote is here. But then when we get more data, no, the bacteria are up here. They've passed that asymptote. Whereas this power law model, which says things are slowing down but never reaching an asymptote, we give it just 1/10 of our data from the past, and it projects very accurately out to 50,000 and even 60,000 generations when we last looked. It predicts sort of the future course of the evolutionary trajectory. And to me, that's kind of profound, and it's sort of changed the way I look at this experiment and even a little bit how I look at life on Earth. I mean, life on Earth doesn't stop evolving, we know that, and we know that, but we think that's because they're asteroid impacts, that's because of human impacts, that's because they're viruses that are attacking their hosts, and the coevolution is causing evolution to never stop. The world is always changing, so of course evolution never stops. And that is 100% true. But what our experiment suggests is that even in the absence of environmental change, there are so many opportunities of smaller and smaller magnitude to continue to make progress that, in fact, progress probably would never stop, even in a constant environment. To me, it's one of the reasons to keep this experiment going. Does this model continue to predict the unfolding of the future fitness trajectory?
Okay, now the conclusion of the experiment, where
Oh yeah, I wanna see.
look for that fluorescent powder using this UV torch. So let's hit the lights. Whoa, there is a lot of fluorescent powder around here. Obviously there's a lot in the sink, but also here on the tap. Looks like someone wiped down the handle and the faucet. Oh, check out the dishwasher. Yeah, and on the handle. This is a great way of visualizing how dishcloths can spread bacteria around the house.
Oh, what the fuck? Even there?
So it looks like finger marks. Huh. As a dad, I encounter lots of big messes and sticky hands and slimy faces. So when there is a mess or spill in my kitchen, I choose to clean it up with Bounty.
I am not sponsored by Bounty, by the way. Not sponsored by Bounty, by the way. Not sponsored by Bounty. But great video. That opened much, in my opinion. What the heck is this? I don't know this one. What is this? Music video? What? You look a lab. Living in a world without magic. Without magic. I haven't done eating the fucking what's it called? I still have this pancake that I bought, and it's so thick, and I feel like I'm gonna throw up. Aww. How thick? It's not like any pancakes from McDo or anything. It's really like you're eating a fucking pandesal. But bigger. You know what I mean? Maho! Siyempre may mamamatay dyan, for sure. I betcha they're gonna die. They're gonna die. Very red flag right there. Really looking positive. He's gonna die! He's gonna die! He's gonna die! You look like you're having fun. We can fix that.
がなくてもいい魔法がなくてもいいあなたがいればいいあなたがいればいいあと何文字新たに
Hello Atlantic Craftman! どうも
きっときっときっとどこかで春の風揺れる桜日常変わらない世界一つ小さな足音が暁を告げる平行線羽ばたく蝶々点と点つなげる時夢のように透き通ってく誰も知らない光の世界誰も知らない確かな世界もし僕の世界に魔法があったなら平行線が交わることだってあるのかも
Oh, that's so cool. That's so aesthetic looking.
夢のように透き通ってゆく誰も知らない光の世界
Oh, that's so cute. Hello, Leo Hack.
あなたは信じてくれるかな
He's cute.
砂時計の歌もう大丈夫だよ一人ぼっちが二人
Yeah, someone died. What do you mean? Someone died and then reincarnated, I think.
ねえもし3つ願いが叶うならなんて願う実は昨日映画見てさ
おう、五線譜と月とアフォガード。俺も見た。
ほんときなぎくんめ
I
っちゃ
said
か
there
っ
is
こよかった
English.
よね
I'm gonna make it. I didn't know there's I didn't know there's a subtitle.
ねえもし3つ願いが叶うならなんて願う実は昨日映画見てさ
おう、五線譜と月とアフォガード。俺も見た。
ほんときなぎくんめっちゃかっこよかったよねあでさ
Been blinded till the end. Thanks.
あるならなんて願う
あ、いや、別に、普通に今まで通り生きられればそれでいい。
何それもっとなんかあるでしょ
そういう茜はなんて願うんだよ。
Oh, that's so
やっぱどんなに食べても太らない体になりたいなあと服とかコスメとか買いたいからお金も欲しいしあ、魔法が使えたらよくない
それはずるいだろう。じゃあ俺も身長もっと欲しいし、頭も良くなりたいし、それから。
それ3つ超えてるって
It's actually really pretty. I couldn't hear the video this whole time. Oh, really? Sorry. Good man. Okay, next one. How do touchscreens actually work? What the fuck is... What did I read? Sausage? Why a sausage can do without what your gloves cannot? A sausage?
In 2010, South Korea experienced a particularly cold winter. People couldn't activate their smartphones while wearing gloves, so they began wielding snack sausages, causing one company to see a 40% rise in sausage sales. So, what could sausages do that gloves couldn't? In other words, how do touchscreens actually work? In 1965, the first ever touchscreen was invented to help British air traffic controllers efficiently update flight plans. However, the technology was too unwieldy and expensive for widespread use. Over the following decades, engineers further developed this technology and experimented with alternative kinds of touchscreens. Soon, resistive touchscreens dominated the market. But then, in
Thank you so much for the
2007,
follow,
Apple
Houston. Welcome to the
released the
Smiles
first
Me. Wow,
iPhone.
wow, thank you.
It was a breakthrough, yet it functioned using the same principle as the first touchscreen.
I went over this in my
capacitance.
electronics engineer
Nowadays,
courses. Ooh.
capacitive and resistive touchscreens are
Capacitive
two of the most
and
common
resistive.
types. Both use an external input to complete their electric circuits. In conductive materials, electrons flow around atoms, forming an electric current. In
Oh.
contrast to insulators, the electrons in conductors are weakly bound and flow easily. A resistive touchscreen has two layers. The top is a clear, flexible material, usually plastic, while
Okay.
the bottom is something rigid, like glass.
Okay.
These layers
Are
are coated
phones
with a
like
conductive
that?
substance and separated by a thin gap. When something pushes hard enough, the layers connect, completing the electric circuit. This
Oh.
causes a change in voltage that the machine's software reacts to.
Oh, that's so
Resistive
cool.
touchscreens can be a little unresponsive,
Hello,
but they're
Houston.
generally cheap and durable, so they're favored for industrial
Oh,
or
so
mass
that's
use.
why.
A vast majority of the touchscreens produced in 2007
That's why
were
some of
resistive, but in
the
the years
cell
following
phones
the
are like
iPhone's
cracked,
release,
but you can't
most
really
became
touch it
capacitive.
because it's
Individual models
inside of
vary,
it.
but smartphone
Because
touchscreens
the inside
today
of it is
typically
it's a
consist
glass.
of a
Okay.
protective insulating glass exterior and an LCD
I'm actually planning to
screen at
get
the
like
bottom
my
that
my
produces
phone
the
have
images you see.
a screen
Between the glass
protector as well.
exterior and
I'm
the
just looking
LCD screen
for a
are
good one.
several sheets.
I want something that
One
with a
is
matte
lined with
one.
rows of a transparent conductive material that carry an alternating electric current. A thin insulating layer separates these conductive lines from others that are arranged as columns. One on top of the other, the lines form a grid. The points where they intersect are called nodes. The phone's battery draws electrons along the first layer of
Haven't got a
lines,
glass
and
protector.
some
Let's
electrons
no, I haven't.
accumulate at
I
every
haven't
node,
do a glass
creating
protector.
a small electric field. These screens
Actually, I
are
never
called
had glass protector
capacitive
on my
touchscreens because the
Android
nodes
phone
act
phone
like
as well.
capacitors by
It's still
storing
strong.
charge. They're
For
generally
5 years,
easier
it's
to
still
use
strong.
than resistive touchscreens
But I'm
because
scared
they
of my
interact
iPhone
directly
though,
with
so
your
I'm
finger
planning to get like
without the
a
application of
touchscreen.
force.
A
Your body
touchscreen
is a great
protector.
conductor and is constantly transmitting electric currents. Why? Because about 60% of you is water. Now, while chemically pure water is an insulator, most water is impure. The water inside you is loaded with ions, atoms or molecules that have a net electrical charge. So when you click on an app, your finger functions like a third electrical line. It interacts with the existing electric field, which induces a weak electric current that travels through your finger and eventually back into the phone. This changes the amount of charge at the affected nodes. And voltage measurements along the second layer of lines tell the phone's microprocessor which part of the screen is being touched. However, if you try using a smartphone while your hands are wet or gloved, you'll probably have some trouble. Both interrupt the electrical connection between your finger and phone.
Oh yeah.
If water is splashed across the screen, it might trigger many underlying nodes, and the phone could act like you've touched it in multiple places at once. On the other hand, gloves are insulators, so the charge has nowhere to go. Meanwhile, objects that conduct electricity about as well as your finger, like banana peels and certain processed meats, can all activate the screen. Knowledge that can come in clutch when you're in a pickle.
No.
Another new technology that feels like it was lifted from the pages of a sci-fi novel is the self-driving car. How does it work? Explore how smart eyes help cars see with
I'm
this
actually
video. Or
like
learn how so much
so
information can fit onto a
mind-boggled
tiny hard drive.
how
with this video.
people took a fucking sausage instead of just getting rid of the gloves just to use their phone, your touchscreen phone, without your gloves. Just take out your gloves and then just type, and then once you're done with the cell phone, and then you just get out of it. Why? How how did they got a sausage? They were like eating sausage, okay, for example, they were in a train, okay, they were it's very cold, they have a freaking sausage in their hand and a cell phone in their right hand, so they're just eating, yum 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 yum, and then they can't use their phone, but they're lazy to go to the gloves or something like that. So what the fuck did they do? Fucking took the sausage out of they took the sausage out of their freaking left hand and then they use it as a freaking stylus. I bet that's what happened. What the fuck? Why a sausage? Out of everything? You're gonna be... Why? I feel like sausage is still like, you know, pretty bad because it's oily and all that stuff too. What about another sausage? Hala! What if I'm not gonna say it. Okay, next video. They won't be oily on your phone. But like, why?
You there! You cheeky bastard! I see your spying eye! Don't be coy, come in and make yourself useful! Some people enjoy their privacy, like me, while other people enjoy digging into other people's private information.
Oh no, this is a
like
NordVPN.
Hold still! Which is why I'm very excited to have NordVPN as the
I am not
sponsor for
sponsored
today's
by
video.
NordVPN.
NordVPN
I
is
am not
incredibly
sponsored
easy
by
to use, and with
NordVPN,
over
but
5,500
please,
servers in
NordVPN, please
60
sponsor me.
countries,
Thank you.
NordVPN is
I am
the
not.
fastest VPN on the
Add
market.
time,
As a
add
content
time, not
creator, I'm
my
constantly downloading new
sponsor.
programs and files for work. So
I
using
took off for
NordVPN's
again to
threat
delete.
protection
No,
software keeps
I'll
my
let
mind at ease, knowing if there is a
Fan
threat,
do
NordVPN
her
will detect
thing
it
now.
automatically to
I
protect
feel
my
like
PC and videos.
I
In
bad
addition to keeping your
influencer
internet connection
much.
private and secure, NordVPN allows you to watch content not available in your country due to geo-blocking. And for users dealing with bandwidth throttling, NordVPN encrypts all your
I
traffic,
only get
so your
Nord
internet service
if they
provider
ever
can't slow
sponsor
down
me.
your streaming
Oh,
speed. And
really?
guess what? NordVPN is offering
I
a
am not
truly
sponsored, but please
exclusive
sponsor
deal
me,
for
okay?
JonTron viewers, specifically. That's you. If you go to nordvpn.com/JonTron and grab their awesome deal, you'll be directly supporting the show as well as our awesome sponsor. Everyone wins, except for the bad guys stealing your data. And best of all, it's risk-free with Nord's 30-day money-back guarantee. So once again, a final thanks to NordVPN for sponsoring today's video. Don't forget to try NordVPN risk-free at nordvpn.com/JonTron. And now if you don't excuse me, I gotta figure out what to do with that peeping Tom over there. Come here, you. Don't worry, this is just a formality. Pro gaming. When I was a boy, pro gaming was about high scores, crashing bandicoots, and LAN parties. Esport, live stream, the Enderman? I don't know what any of those words mean, but if I did, I can guarantee you they'd make me shove your head in the nearest locker. Teabagging used to mean something when it was done in person, god damn it. It ain't the same anymore. Now all the kids want to do is hang out and stream together in massive
Remember the tweet? I actually forgot who tweeted it. Maddie said it to us in VC. You guys know that tweet where someone got triggered by teabagging and she was like, can you please not teabag on video games because I got trauma on teabagging in real life. And I'm like, how and what situation did you get into to get teabagged? I'm like, what? It's just so funny.
gamer compounds. You don't need to stream it. Just tell me when it's happening. I'll buy tickets and show up for Christ's sakes. You hippies never change. And what's with the compound thing? Seriously, like what is?
But how did he get into, like, you know?
Hate to be the bearer of bad news,
How did he
Jay-Z,
get into the
but
situation
literally
where she
nothing
got
good
teabagged in real life? In real life, okay? In real life, she got teabagged.
Now, if you don't excuse me, I'm gonna go game the way God
I'm sorry, it's just so funny.
Double kill.
Oh yeah,
Triple kill.
that's old school.
Kilimanjaro.
Okay, let's be real though. What is with this gamer compound trend anyway? I've heard about the gamer house, but the gamer compound is new. Originally, I heard about this phenomenon from some strange internet mule
Hey,
character. I can't quite remember his name. What is it,
Donkey!
like Donkey Donuts or something like that? Anyways, he made a pretty killer video on the subject, which you should definitely watch, by the way. But even he didn't know how deep this facility went. That's right, this thing goes straight down to the Earth's core, okay? We're talking bunkers of G fuel and low testosterone. But before we get into the more crazy stuff, let's ground ourselves, no pun intended, and look at the video that started the entire trend. That's right, I'm talking about we built the best gaming facility in the world. $1 million tour. It's a classic. Just $1 million though? I mean, everyone's got that laying around these days. Like this is normal and boring. So I don't know. It's not that impressive. Just play the video.
Sana all.
YouTube, how the fudge you doing? Hey guys, Nate Shot.
I
Today
love
I'm
it.
bringing you a brand new video. This is the most excited I have ever
Hey,
been
YouTube!
No way.
In
our company's history.
Okay, well. Which started precisely exactly when I pulled up right there to that curb. So basically, it's all downhill from here.
What we're going to do is elevate all facets of our business. Content, apparel, and esports.
I got that business model off WikiHow, and I really hope it works, otherwise I've got some serious explaining to do to my mom. So as you can see on the title of the YouTube video, it says $1 million tour, but apparently that was just relating to the tour alone, because the actual grand total of the budget was $35 million. And personally, I think they could have, done the tour for a little cheaper, but hey, you know how the business world is, write-offs. Gotta have that Asian fusion with the coworkers.
And that's why I'm so excited to welcome you all to the 100 Thieves Cash App compound. Let's go take a look. Off.
Ooh, embarrassing. Too low of a gamer score to get in? I was telling you, you should have been more careful when you were just openly criticizing Bill Gates for buying up all that farmland for some reason. I'm just saying it's gonna be a lot of Microsoft Office Suite subscriptions you're gonna have to purchase before you can get that score back up.
Come on in.
Oh, life is not fair.
For the first time ever, it brings me so much joy to start this tour at our wonderful foyer, or foyer, however you want to say it.
And most of us just say foyer.
Did you change your
I'm just
hair?
saying, it's up to you if you want to be dropping the hard R.
We have the lovely Jess here, our operations manager at 100 Thieves. Right behind her, we have the 100 Thieves.
Hey, thank you so much for the follow, Bitch the Martin. Welcome to the Spouse Field. Wow, wow,
That's an
thank
unfounded claim.
you.
Really, at best, I'm giving you that center left.
Gaming compound, Louis.
Yeah? I would love the usual. I'm so glad you asked.
I'm so glad. I'm not mad. I'm just happy I'm getting the usual. You didn't make a mistake.
All right, thank you.
What the
Some poor
fuck?
interns just down there pushing that up, aren't they? That didn't look mechanical to me. That looked like someone's hand unwillingly forced it out. In
Yeah.
fact, I think I even saw a couple fingers come up in the shot there.
Let's go say hello.
There's nothing more gamer than
Hello,
six
Bitch
straight
the
Worms.
Martin. Come on,
Trust me,
come
I
on.
played Worms 2 in 1998. Yeah, that's gamer.
How are
Sorry to
you?
tell you.
Oh, Nate Shot, how you
Brother.
doing?
Probably like
I'm good.
people to get gather in the team where they play games and do content and all that stuff. Yeah, Louis?
This place is insane.
Yeah, trust me.
Because
I've seen
100
everything.
Thieves is
I
like
was
an
just literally
esport
standing
team.
outside Amalienborg Palace. And are you telling me this hunk of junk is better than Rocket Mortgage themed Hell Cube? Coming from somebody who sounds like they've not been everywhere.
And we have two players that I'm so glad have returned back to 100 Thieves. Meteos and Someday are back!
Please, sir, don't hurt me. I'm unfamiliar with the area. I pose no threat to you. I carry no weapon.
Hey, Nate Shot. We gonna win some matches this year?
All of them.
Oh, I wasn't expecting that, but...
Every single one.
Wait, Papa Smitty! I
Clearly
didn't
made
see
a mistake
Papa
by doing that,
Smitty!
but it's not my problem.
My
and you may have noticed
boy!
my stance has widened and my demeanor has changed. That's on account of your mouth writing checks your ass can't cash. You're genuinely in danger.
Someday, you have no idea how many hot dogs I'm gonna get you this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, great. That's insane. What I'm saying is clearly insane. And I don't know why I would say something like that to you with no context. But you know what? That's all right. Let me hit that hot dog hole for you someday.
Oh, that video is very
Yo,
old,
you
I
want some
think.
ketchup on that too? Don't worry, man. We got you covered. You can have as many of those as you want. What do you think exactly we're doing with that $35 million? You think I'm not going to build you a hot dog hole? Someday. This is America. This is Cash App, Rocket Mortgage, Liberty Mutual, Hot Pocket, Crust Pocket, Pocket Hocket. This is Los Angeles, baby.
And now we're moving on to the boardroom. This is where the best and brightest at 100 Thieves talk about how we're going to elevate this company day in and day out. What are you guys up to? Hello.
Yo. What's up?
Is this just real? I feel like we really genuinely
Hey,
shouldn't be here, and this
what's
was
up?
not part of the script.
Now, what
You
about
can't
this
just
place
be
is supposed to be?
casually
It's
strolling
just
into
a
board of directors
gaming,
meeting,
what's it
white
called?
knuckling a sugar-free
An
Red Bull and
office,
expect
there
a
you go.
standing
An
ovation, for
office
Christ's
for
sake.
esports team where they train for pro players, do more content for other esports staff and all that stuff. Yeah,
Hot dog piping system. Oh,
because they
Nate
do
Shot.
video
What's
content
up,
as
man?
well.
It's good to see you. Y'all want a dog?
I'm going to have to talk to him
Yo,
about that.
Nate, where you going? So basically after this, he takes us through the rest of the facility, shows us some of his prisoners, and he realizes no one has any idea what they're doing or has ever heard the two words business and model next to each other before.
You could bring your laptop and maybe work on a spreadsheet or a new presentation.
Spreadsheets, huh? Great.
And the rest is pretty much history. And look, if that's where things ended, everything would have been just fine. But this is the highly competitive e-sporting world after all, so it was only a matter of time really until someone else would up the ante. And it happened like 2 months later with the aid of $50 million fucking dollars. Who is it that's giving these banknotes out like candy to anyone and everyone who's got the startup equivalent of just shooting in the dark? Because
Ovich Fine Martin. Full name is Ovich Owen Lovich
I've got
from
$50
Taiwan.
million
In my
laying
country,
around the
many
house just
people
like any normal
discriminate
person,
against
so
Filipinos
I
in
could
Indonesia.
build
I don't
a
know what you
stupid
think
gaming
about
compound if I
this.
wanted to.
Oh, I'm
Okay,
not
it's just
really
saving it for more
sure,
important
to be
stuff, like imminent
honest,
hyperinflation.
since I've never been
Okay,
to
let's see
any
what you got.
countries.
The most
But
expensive
like,
gaming facility in the world.
it's still sad
Look
that
at
there's like a
TSM's
lot of
$50 million
discriminations
esports center.
between like
Better have at least,
different
Red Bull coconut
countries
flavor
to
or I
our
rage.
country.
25,000 square feet.
So that can
Watch
help us,
parties,
you know?
tailgates, LAN parties, events here. I'm talking real big, baby.
Can't really preach about
All
it.
right, I like it so far. Very spacious, looks fancy. Lots of room for gaming and energy drink type activities.
The largest esports gaming facility in the West. This space is really going to change it up.
Okay, I'm paying attention. This one looks at least 4 times the size of the last one. I'm sold, guys.
Oh,
What do we change it
TSM.
up? What's different?
Yeah, what's the difference between TSM?
It's
Still
not
in the
good.
progress?
That's what's different. That's the change. This is the most expensive gaming facility yet to exist. Don't you think you could have, like, finished at least the first room or something, just as a proof of concept for the audience? At the minimum, if you were gonna go with this much hype on the thing, I don't know. And maybe if it's not done yet, you'd be better off just sticking and walking around the outside of it, showing off the gigantic spray-painted TSM logo you commissioned by Banksy's aunt once removed, or whatever matters to you cretins.
Here we are at the front entrance. Let's go inside. Come along.
Can you really call it an entrance when the whole thing is basically entrances all the way around? That's right, that compound's as porous as a sponge, Lena.
So here we're gonna have a reception area with a giant TSM logo hanging up there. And on this side, we're gonna have, a nice waiting area for our fans, sponsors.
Why is it?
By the time that happens,
They're
the
still not
asbestos
done
pile's
with
probably gonna be
things.
gone. We heard that causes cancer, and that is not consistent.
Is
with
it
our
still
company
not
values.
done, the TSM
And then over
office?
here, we're gonna have a.
Ma'am, you need a hard hat to be in
trophy
this area?
case from TSM's inception
Ma'am, excuse me,
since
this is serious?
2009, all the
Ma'am, is she
trophies
for
from
real?
back in
My ass is on the
IPL,
line for this, so if
IEM,
I'm just gonna hold it
LG.
here for you if you won't wear it.
As you can tell. But when it's done, the interior is going to be painted in black and white, our team colors, with really
Yeah,
cool
this is a
branded
2020.
LED lighting and glass
This
walls
is
all around.
the JonTron is
Placeholder.
2022. So
Placeholder. I love it. It sounds so sophisticated, and dare I say,
placeholder.
You know what else I think might be placeholder? I better not say. You seem like good kids.
When you're competing at the highest level,
done?
there's a lot
I'm
of
not really
stress
sure.
constantly, and
So that's why the mass graves are there, to remind you of like what happens when you don't win and stuff. I don't know, it's kind of messed up, but it's what the board of directors wanted. So
we decided to add a sensory deprivation tank. So we're gonna have a
Myth is
float
like,
tank right
what
there.
the
So if
fuck
you
are
come
you
on in,
saying?
what? A float tank? Have you ever been in one?
No.
So it's just like a pod. You go inside.
Oh,
you're
the
floating,
what do you call
and you
this
just go inside
one?
and you meditate to like clear your mind.
I forgot the name. Isolation chamber. Fuck. I forgot.
Or maybe you're implying I need a wash? I don't know. All I do know is count me in.
That one is relaxing, but at the same time scary. I watch the anime man video of it.
Sensory
Yeah, sensory deprivation.
Yeah, okay, you can get them on Alibaba.
$3.
I'm not paying $5,000 for a bath with a lid.
$5,000.
Why can't I even buy this on Alibaba? And why do I feel like I really shouldn't be able to buy this on Alibaba? Who brings this to me if I were to buy this right now? Yeah, I think I'm gonna buy this just to find out.
So like with all this space, 25,000 square feet. That's the largest in the West, largest esports game.
You know what, guys? Why don't you just call me up when it's done, huh? Show not tell.
Yeah, please tell us when it's done,
To the next one on our list. Now listen, if you weren't fully impressed by that literal landfill just then, the Dutch got you covered with their fancy new Team Liquid Alienware
Team
compound.
Liquid!
Now, I promised myself I would never mention the Dutch again, but these guys just keep cropping up. This time in Utrecht. Utrecht? How do you even say this? How to pronounce Utrecht? Okay.
Utrecht.
Utrecht. Wait, that can't be right. Oh, we're on the American pronunciation. Let's switch to the Dutch
British.
The British pronunciation.
Utrecht.
Utrecht. I feel so cultured. There's just no way I'm learning. Utrecht. There's no replacement for
Oh, what is Anna's is so
Give me
great.
a
I
Dutch
miss
guy
them.
saying Utrecht, for God's sake. How do you say it? I know it's not that.
Utrecht. Cultured.
That's the official pronunciation. Sorry, Netherlands. Gonna have to update your lexicon.
Hey everyone, it's Mike from Team Liquid, and today we're going to check out the Alienware training facility in EU. So right now, we're in the entrance. The other thing on the other side of the entrance hallway is one of my favorite rooms because it holds a lot of magic and relevance to an organization like ours, which is our Dell Technologies server room.
Oh man, that takes me right back. In fact, you know, I've got my own box of relevance right here. Now let's see what we can find in it, huh? We've got Doom shareware disk, RAM stick, and wait, sorry, is that VGA cable?
Oh my god!
Sorry.
Oh my
I don't like
god!
being sentimental on camera.
And what you need in
Those
every
kinds
office
of
is
freaking
your
cards!
front desk and the smile behind the front desk. Hello, Laura, how are you?
Doing good, how are you?
No, it looks like there's a little hole here.
Wow, what's that do? Can I put my hand in it? Is it gonna be like a spaghetti trap that scares me, makes me think it's spiders?
Yeah,
Oh, wow, I
VGAs,
can feel
yeah.
your leg through here. Gucci.
I mean,
Wanna
there
see a
is still like
server?
VGAs, but it's not HDMI. You know?
Oh, right. Okay, we're not that fancy.
What's with the cans of energy drink coming out of all the desk holes in these friggin' tour videos? Is the secret sauce to be holding onto the can? Is that what it is? Is that what you gotta do? Because I'm all for it. That's what you, is this, would you trust me more like this? Is that the more trustworthy, John? If I do that? Does that soothe you? That soothe you? If I, does that put you in a trance? Look up here. Is your wallet loosening? Shit.
Right next to the kitchen and dining hall area is the Team Liquid Player Lounge, and this is a place to chill, play ping pong, but also, if you need something from our chef...
Hey!
Oh, listen, do you want a place of shit or not? I know you do. I see that G Fuel you're all drinking. It smells like death coming out of you. What do you want, the goddamn PewDiePie flavor or something? Okay, just leave me alone!
You get it. Next to the player lounge is the player hallway, which...
Sorry, did you say the player hallway? My dude, it's not that serious. You don't need to theme the hallway. Not everything needs to be themed.
Shout out to Elgato for giving us everything that we need in these streamer pods for going live.
Whoa,
on
Alienware.
Twitch and
Listen, man.
Damn,
no streamer's gonna use that computer.
Alienware.
Okay, you wanna know how I know? I'll show you how I know.
You know, what's it called? I'll tell you a story of my one of my what's it called? One of my classmates who is rich. I can tell that he is rich because he keeps flaunting over his money and all that stuff back in high school. And then I remember back in foundation day or something like that, he brought his Alienware laptop. Okay, he's like, you know, playing some games in Alienware. He plays like, I don't know, Five Nights at Freddy's. I don't fucking know. Like, I forget what is he playing there. But he's playing something there in that laptop or something like that. And then he you know, he keeps he keeps like flexing that freaking Alienware, blah 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 blah. And then something happened. Someone stole his Alienware laptop. And I'm like, and people in like the staff and all that stuff keeps announcing, like everyone and all that stuff, like, meron pong nawawalang Alienware laptop. Alienware laptop and all that stuff. I mean, he didn't cry and all that stuff. He's just like, he's just there, I guess, just there. And then, what's it called? And then, 1 week after that, because he didn't get his Alienware laptop at all. It's completely stolen. 1 week later, he has another Alienware fucking laptop. He brought it again. He brought a new one. Hindi siya nadala. Putang ina niya. Fucking arcade, fucking rich kids, kind of
Might be a little distracting for the audience. You wanna know how I got this beast purring? Oh yeah, that's File Explorer, baby. Wait till you hear it when you boot up Minecraft.
What you'll see is coach and manager on your left, and then room for 5 players to scrim. We've thought of everything.
That's Alienware PC.
Like making it impossible to plug anything into a USB port.
It's living. They're living their own name.
And one of my favorite
it's so
areas
alien.
is the war rooms or the call rooms that we have. They're all Marvel themed.
The
for the
editing
first time.
is
so
so
we have Captain
good.
America,
Hello?
Doctor Strange, and Venom.
I'm not sure why that was what he picked as his favorite room. You know, I wouldn't have picked that one myself, but you know, I'm just saying because there was a dying man in it. So that's why I wouldn't have picked it, but he didn't even try to help that dying man. So, today you've seen the kind of things money can buy you in this world, huh? But have you seen this? No, your eyes do not deceive you. That is, indeed, at the very least, 50,000 groats. A groat being 4 pence a piece, of course, and what with the average medieval laborer making 2 pence a day, you can imagine the kind of personal fortress 50,000 groats might build a man. What do you mean a company called NRG already built a gamer castle? I've had this plan for like 6 months. Yeah, I literally just showed everybody the groats. Oh, I'm gonna look like a fool! So yeah, you heard that right. Self-described professional gaming and entertainment company NRG has done the only thing fit for a true king of industry and gone and built a literal gamer castle. More well known among the local peasantry, of course, by its colloquial name, the NRG Hot Pockets Castle in downtown LA, because hell is no longer a place only accessible after death. Let's have a look. Wait a minute, why are they sponsored by the National Guard? Is this an offshoot of that one time the army tried to like recruit kids on Twitch and publicly said shit like uwu? Because hell is no longer a place only accessible after death? This fortress is under federal jurisdiction, okay? The general's watching over this place too, so if you even think of crossing that moat, you're not just gonna get the best car insurance rates in town, buddy. You're gonna get scalding oil.
Gentlemen, I've gathered you guys here today in this room where a lot of big announcements have been made. But now it's time to announce what's on the outside of this room.
What?
Because outside of this room
is a hallway with a big mound of shit right in the middle of it. I checked it, and it's fresh, and it wasn't there when I left yesterday. I'm not trying to press anyone, but I'm just saying, if it disappears by the end of the day, it's water under the drawbridge, and we can all move on.
is a 20,000 square foot gaming fantasy factory.
Oh, and that too. Sorry, my bad. Should have probably mentioned that first, but I mean, it's right outside this room, so if you came in and you didn't see it, I think we have bigger problems.
I'm talking about a castle.
What the fuck am I looking at?
Sorry, did I say castle? Slip of the tongue. I meant a bunch of shit I bought from a Chuck E. Cheese that was going out of business that I put inside a big room.
Welcome to the Energy Castle, a creative studio made specifically for the creation of over-the-top
NRG! Tiki so much in the follow. He's cracked 05. Welcome to the Sprouts Be Wow. Wow,
Basically, just like whatever combination of words will make you listen to me, but for gaming.
This wasn't a space designed for one specific team. It's really not even just designed for NRG.
Really, at this point, as far as I'm concerned, if you're paying the entrance fee, I'm looking the other way. I am in debt to a lot of dangerous people.
And speaking of your favorite players, we got Clicks right here. What's good, Clicks? What is your first impression of the castle?
First impression is it's incredible.
The castle's great. I would just, if you could just buy like one more microphone or like stand closer to me, because like you came and asked me the question, so.
This is one of the first things you actually see when you walk into the castle. Here's the gate right here. You walk in and there's this TV wall with all these old TVs playing basically your best clips.
No.
What?
That looks like shit. That's bad.
That's so
Yeah, I
bad.
wouldn't have done that. How long did it take you to do that? That looks like shit.
Wait, please
We
no.
put this wall of old gaming consoles next to it. It's called the Every Console Ever wall.
We're still working on the name. Like, I think it's pretty cool. It's got a good ring to it, but yeah, we might be missing like a Wonder Swan color, some other stuff. But there's like 3 Nintendos on here for sure.
We also got these dope chairs. They were created by these same people who made the voice chairs.
Or at least that's what the guy I met at the McDonald's from the Craigslist ad said. They're dope and all, don't get me wrong, but I kind of feel like they phoned it in if you compare it to the real chairs from The Voice. Ha ha. No, that's cool though.
They swivel back and forth just like in the show. They're just the Lazy Boy gamer version.
Yeah, we got scammed. I'm just gonna admit
What?
it. Right
Gamer
now.
version?
We got
What?
Scammed big time. It's just literally from lazyboy.com. It's a lazy boy.
That's the chair from
on a
Blue's
fucking
Clues.
lazy Susan. I got the lazy boy on the Lazy Susan. Lazy boy, Lazy Susan. Yeah! I got the lazy boy on the Lazy Susan.
All right, guys, and right here we have the $1 million double-decker gaming couch.
$7,000 hot dog sofa. $100,000 Harambe-shaped hot Cheeto. The list of all the other things we could have done with that money.
Here we have a temple. This was imported straight from India. I really feel like this thing gives a lot of soul to this space.
Sorry, what'd you say? You said that's a what now? Temple from India? You're saying? You said that?
To do their stuff. Yes.
And when you walk through these doors, you are
It's like
entered
their
into a more
workplace.
chill,
So
outdoor
you can
area
speak.
to kind of hang out.
Go
Or so
back!
to speak.
Go back to the temple. That's the one thing I want you to stay on. And he's gone. Where do you even buy an Indian temple? Wish.com? Oh, but don't worry, we're in the blue room. You know, just whiz right past that piece of ancient human history and, you know, because have you seen our blue room? No expense. It's blue, baby. Blue is back. I'm blue, da-boo-dee, da-boo-die.
Da-boo-dee, da-boo-da.
I wanna die.
Gaming content.
Blue hair in the blue room. What is this? Mr. Bombastic official music video Bigil Chi?
Mr. Bombastic. We want some bombastic, romantic, fantastic.
Mr. Bombastic!
Mr. Bombastic. It's only fantastic.
Wait, I know this song!
Romantic, only fantastic. Touch me on me, but she says, Mr.
Bombastic. Oh!
Just like a silk.
It's me. What's up? Milkman. My barn. That's right, my barn. You're late. Come on.
He's a real winner, that one.
Stop. I think he's kind of cute.
Only song you will hear is the beating of my heart, and we will and have some sweet
What the
pillow
fuck
talk
am I?
and bombastic.
Bombastic.
Give it up for the one and only Biggie G.
Biggie Chi! This is new. She's tried making. Oh my god. No! Why? why? What's with you and Case cooking? What the fuck's wrong with you, Jaren? What the fuck?
Hi people, I'm back cooking again, and today I'm going to be making chicken fried rice. I'm putting
No, Kate, that's a
vegetables
big.
in.
That's
If you
so
want to know what's in the
big.
veg, there's carrots.
The carrots are
sweet
not
corn,
diced enough.
and peas. So I'm gonna
There's so many. This is so many. Oh, it's not even this. You just slice it.
give them a mush round,
What the fuck?
but not with my metal spoon.
Are you sure about this? We've been watching a lot of Case cooking.
Cooking here, I've got
At this point, I'm getting numb.
onions here.
A lot of those veggies and just this onion.
Then petite. Oh, and petite. Oh, and petite, is that a word? It will be.
This
some-
onion and garlic or onion. I keep messing
have
up
got
those two.
Some.
That's so much veggies.
Very lazy garlic. Now I'm putting a teaspoon of it in. Well, that went all wrong. So stir it round again.
What is she making? I don't know if this is chicken fried rice anymore. This is like fried
And I just said you can
veggies.
use other things such
It's
as
just veggies.
lemon juice,
With corn.
yeah, lemon juice or something. I'm not really a keen. Oh, I'm gonna say keen.
Have you played
fan.
Monster Hunter? I did play Monster
No, I'm not keen
Hunter,
on
but
lemon in food. It's well,
I
not keen on it. So I'm gonna let
I
that
don't know.
get over there.
I guess not my type of
I'm gonna
game.
let that cook for a little bit, about.
I really
about-
tried.
probably about 10
I
minutes.
really tried.
And then I'm going to add the rest of the stuff. As you can see, it's doing.
It made me bored.
It does. Oh, see,
I guess.
some
I
salty.
not really like it made me bored. It made me like
some pepper
don't know
in
what
it.
the fuck I'm doing. So that's that. And then maybe because not a lot of people
Then it
like
does
in my
say
circle plays Monster Hunter.
Add
I mean they do play
No, I know
Monster
you're gonna say,
Hunter,
"Hold on a minute,
but they're
Kate.
already like
That
in
chicken's already
Iceborne or
cooked."
something like that,
Yeah, I
which
know.
is
I know.
not great for me as
I
a
know, I
beginner.
shouldn't
So
have, but I
yeah,
did.
that made me lose motivation, I
Cooked
guess.
it, and I've cut.
Yeah, that looks
cooked
so
it and cooked
fun. Thank you for the like on the day.
Oops. Peas are jumping out of pan, sweet corn jumping out of pan, everything is jumping out of pan.
I don't
And
know if
then
she's
it
making
says
rice or she's
to
making
add
she's making up fried veggies. I don't know.
2.
What? Wait. What the fuck is that? Is this aluminum foil? What is this? It's so shiny. What is this?
2 tablespoons of soy sauce.
Oh, soy sauce.
I don't know if you can see me pouring it.
More.
Come on,
More. Put more. Put more. Yeah, more. Yan. Yan, more. One more.
Come on. Stop being a pain. Come on.
You have a shitty fucking soy sauce container, okay?
Make sure that's all off the spoon.
I'm a big fan of soy sauce, not gonna lie, chat. I'm a big fan of soy sauce.
So we'll give that.
I tend to put a lot of soy
Another
sauce in my
stir.
rice whenever I eat
We'll
like
let the chicken
eggs,
cook a bit longer. I know
eggs
you're
or
gonna
like
say,
anything,
"Well, why are you
you know.
cooking it?" But sweet corn jumping out.
I'm a soy boy, or I know, sandwich, you're a soy boy.
More time. It does say to put a splash of water in. I'm going to get some water and I'm going to, well, I can get some now. What with the honey over in. And put a splash of water in. Let's say how much a splash
I love
is.
soy sauce.
But it's all calmed down and cooled down. Well, cooled down now. So that gives it more time to build up.
This is the best.
And to cook a bit more.
There's not even rice yet.
Word longer on. Longer in it. So yeah, give things to cook a bit more time. Right, these have been cooking now for about 10 minutes. Then it says now.
Man, I really want to cook fried rice now.
To drop the rice
But make it even better. God damn it! What the fuck is that rice? Why is it like that?
And then it says.
Is it already fried rice in the beginning?
Obviously to mix it all in.
The veggies is still.
And then it
still has a large
on the
portion of the fucking rice. What the
video
fuck?
to add eggy.
What?
Normally do it as a rolling, but she says it's to do it exactly as it is, and I've done it exactly to the video.
I didn't know there's gonna be an egg fried rice. I didn't know.
Not to worry. There's definitely some chicken in there somewhere. Definitely. Well, you saw me pour. There's a bit there, so yes.
There's still a lot of veggies.
More chicken.
As a veggie hater myself,
There's some in.
that's a lot of
I'm
veggies.
gonna add some more pepper.
I feel like there's not a lot. Oh, there's pepper now. Wow, now you're putting now.
Give it another stirry round, and after I've finished stirring it all in, which I probably have done already, that is your end product. Here is the taste test.
Yeah, yes, please.
And
Oh my god, I thought
taste
she's gonna taste it. I thought she's gonna taste it. I wanna see her reaction. And not her fucking son. Come on.
Is it nice?
That is nice.
Is it? Can you taste the flavour in
Can
this?
you?
No, but everything else.
Are you saying that while
Can you
looking
taste the garlic,
at your mom
Supposed to be lazy garlic.
putting a gun on you or something? I don't know.
No, soy. Soy sauce, not soy.
Hello, Jangnon.
Yes, there's an A on the end. That you put an A on end.
God, fucking sue me, I've got dyslexia. But anyway, you can taste everything. Actually tastes really, really nice. Thumbs up.
Right, as you heard, Lee said it was nice or whatever he said. There's going to be a link in the description to my merchandise. If you like what you see, please keep viewing me. If you want to leave a thumbs up, please do. If you want to leave a comment and a recipe, please feel free, the more the merrier. And if you haven't subscribed, get subscribing. Get everybody subscribing. Well, that's it. I've done it. Oh, so good. I will forget it by next time. So thank you. Bye.
I was gonna say that I'm glad she's happy. And I'm happy that she's happy. But it's still bad. It's still bad. I cannot tell it. I'm so sorry. I cannot. A regrettable Pawn Star. What? Pawn Star? Johnny Sins? South Park.
What do we have here? I have Jesus Christ, the Son of God.
Stars! Akala ko parang censored lang nila.
Jesus was the Son of God. I mean, this guy was a big deal. Is he still operational, or I mean?
Yes, sir. Yes, he is.
Okay, well let me stab him once here. Okay. One more time. How about one more time for good measure? Wow, how cool. Now, let me ask, how much are you trying to get for this thing?
You know, my wife said it's either me or Jesus that has to go. So I was just wanting an easy $2,000 for this dude. Keep the wife happy. You know how it is.
Well, I'll be honest. I'm not sure how to price a man nailed to a piece of plywood, so let me call my buddy. He's an expert on this stuff, and he can help gauge what something like this might be worth.
Sure, no problem.
Now, this is a sweet find, but I just want to be sure that buying this emaciated Jew isn't going to just end up being a decoration in my shop. Thanks for coming in. So, what can you tell me about this guy? I mean, is this the real Jesus Christ?
Oh, yes. Jesus Christ is the shepherd, the Son of God. You can tell by his scraggly beard and crown of thorns that this is a tortured man. The way the nails are hammered into his wrist clearly shows that this is the real guy. We have paintings of Jesus with nails through his hands, but it was in fact his wrist. In my professional opinion, this is the creature that has magical abilities. He is neither man nor monster. He is the one and only God.
Jeez, okay. Sorry if you're a Buddhist or something. So in your opinion, what's this thing worth?
In my professional opinion, this thing is rare. I mean, Jesus is a big guy. People are waiting for this guy to come back, and I guess we know where he's been. So I would say $7 trillion. Okay.
Oh,
thank you,
shit!
sir. So, given that you heard this thing's worth $7 trillion, what's the best you can do for me?
Well, considering the information that I learned, I think $3 trillion is more than fair.
It's not. Man, I don't know. I just don't know if this is gonna sell. I could do about $400.
Could you do
$400 no!
500 billion?
I could do about 450. Could you do 450 for me?
Well, the wife will be happy to have this eyesore out of the house, so we have a deal.
Lamaw.
I'm happy with the amount I was given today. I know it's less than I expected, but I know my wife will be happy to not have that man screaming at all hours of the night anymore.
Oh, look at me. I'm the Son of God.
Forgive them, Father. They know not what they do. They know not what they do, Father. They know not what they do. Thanks for watching the video. Click here to check out my second channel that has more wacky cartoons and silly videos. Bye-bye.
Really good animation, not gonna lie. Meat Canyon, dude. Meat Canyon. Shiny CSGO was a mistake. What the heck? Chinese?
So there's this modder from China who makes some interesting skins, and I managed to get my hands on some of his other creations.
What the fuck is that
I thought I would share them with people because I don't know, I've never seen anything like this.
Valorant could never! Valorant skin could never have this! Valorant could never. Valorant could never. Even if it's mods in CSGO, Valorant could never. River Karambit who?
So there's this modder from China.
River Karambit who? Cold oven cake. Cold oven? Oh, you can bake cold ones.
Gentles and ladymen, welcome back to the kitchen. I ask of you, what is the first instruction that we find when we're baking? If you said preheat your oven, I am in complete agreement with you. I find that as well. But today we're baking a recipe from 1976 titled A Cold Oven Cake. And the idea of putting an unbaked good into an oven cold intrigues me. Because of course we were all taught, or at least I was, that a preheated oven to the correct temperature is of utmost importance for your baked good to turn out correctly. With that being said, there is something mildly exciting about breaking the rules, titillating even. So let's dive in. So the recipe in question specifically comes from October of 1976 from this little ditty right here, the Women's Circle Home Cooking periodical. These went under the subheading of the National Women's Home Cooking Club. And let me tell you, these are my favorite cookbooks ever. Which is something many cookbook collectors would scoff at. They'd consider these trash or ephemera. They were mailed out en masse by subscription every month to all manners of people. There's nothing too much special about this. But I say no. And it's because these showcase what's actually going on in everyday kitchens of ordinary people like you and I. Every recipe in here is sent in by an average member of the public, strangely with their full names and addresses included. Now, professional, commercial, or restaurant cookbooks are fantastic. Don't get me wrong, I collect quite a few, but they don't provide an accurate depiction as to what food culture is at the time, you know? They showcase what people are striving to eat, whereas these and church or community cookbooks show us what people are actually eating. Now, we're here to bake a cake, so let's talk cake. On page 47 of the cookbook, you'll find our recipe. And just looking at the ingredients, you'll see we have some peculiarities in front of us. We have 2 sticks of margarine, that's a full cup, plus an additional half cup of Crisco shortening. Don't forget this was the 70s. Moving on, we have 3 cups of sugar and 3 cups of flour. Now, the 1-to-1 ratio between the sugar and the flour, plus the large amount of fat, should tell us that this is going to be akin to a pound cake. And that idea is confirmed by the minute amount of baking powder and the relatively large amount of eggs. Of course, we do have a cup of milk and some extract on top of that for flavor. So, let's get to it. We start with 2 sticks or 1 cup of margarine, also known as oleo, short for oleomargarine. And I can hear the collective sigh. Margarine gets a lot of bad press, and most of it is for good reason, you know? It has an inferior taste to butter, and butter is arguably better for you. But you know, I really hate this type of elitism in baking. If you're in your own kitchen baking for your own self, use whatever it is you want to use. You know, not only can some people not afford butter, and it's wrong to flame them for it, but I believe margarine actually has its place. For example, I will admit to you that I use margarine willingly, not under coercion nor duress, for certain types of crispy cookies, like crispy oatmeal cookies or peanut butter cookies, God forbid, because I like the texture that margarine can provide. Cancel me. I do not use margarine in cakes, though. We can leave that in the 70s. Now we need a half cup of Crisco shortening, and I've brought out a scale because I can never accurately get displacement measurements of shortening. You get air pockets and it sticks to the cup, and because shortening has so much fat in it, you never want it to be inaccurate or else your cake may fail. I believe it's a lot easier to know that a half cup of Crisco is 95 grams. In that goes. Now it's time for 3 cups of sugar, and I'm going to cream this in 1 cup at a time.
2 months ago, so I go to Twitch. Oh, I see. I hope you're holding it up well.
And our last one in. You know, sugar in a
You can
so
still hear it. We're watching some baking video.
Always ask as to why I don't use an electric mixer or a stand mixer to cream together my butter and my sugar.
Oven bake?
Or the margarine and the sugar in this case, because it's a very important step in baking, right? The creaming of fats and sugars, especially in a pound cake like item.
Don't worry, Yukichi. Lahat ng mga nandito single. Mga walang ano.
So if I'm going to bake, I want to bake.
Mga walang shota, Joa Bells, shotties.
Because I find it fun. And the second reason is simply not everyone has these things, right? Not everyone has a stand mixer. So when they see these $600 KitchenAids on television or YouTube, it gives them the wrong idea. It gives them the idea that if they don't have the gadgets, they can't bake the recipe. And that's just patently false. You'd be surprised what you can get done with a bowl, a wooden spoon, and a whisk. With that rant over with, we are done here with our margarine and our sugar. We have a light, fluffy texture which is increased in volume, so we're ready for the eggies. Of which we need 5 put in 1 at a time. So we are on our 3rd egg now, and as you can see, the mixture is becoming really quite smooth, and it's taking on a lovely yellow golden color, which is a welcome departure from the sickly pale Crisco and margarine. Alrighty, all of the eggs have been incorporated, well beaten between each addition, so we're moving on to the dry ingredients. For this, we need 3 cups of sifted flour, so there's 3 in the sieve right now, and then only a half teaspoon of baking powder. Like I always say, I don't do this typically for recipes when I'm baking for myself, but in those that ask for it, you best know I do. We also need a cup of milk on hand, so we can alternate adding it to this mixture with the flour. So in goes a touch of flour,
I hear
and some of the
Yuchi
milk. So the alternating
screaming. What
of
is she
things like
playing?
milk to the dry ingredients is just so that
Can
we don't break
someone
the
tell me
batter.
what
If
she
we added in
playing?
all the
Because
milk
she's
at
screaming
once,
in
it
her
would get
room.
far too loose and it would threaten all of the air
Why
that
do
we
you
worked
think
so
we're
very hard to incorporate during the earlier steps. More flour. I'll tell you what, unlike cake,
She's playing Apex, and that makes
really quite
sense.
nice at this point. This doesn't smell like anything. Oh, margarine. That's the last of the flour. The last of the milk. Look at how creamy and smooth our batter is. At this point, we add in the flavorings, which are 1 teaspoon of vanilla and 1 teaspoon of coconut. Now, I know our cold oven cake to be here isn't billed as a pound cake, but I reckon that's what it's trying to be, judging by the ingredients, like I said earlier. And it's going to be interesting because typically a pound cake recipe does not contain any flavoring, does not contain any milk, does not contain any baking powder. All of those we've added. So, traditionally, a pound cake recipe is just a pound each of butter, sugar, eggs, and flour. So I'm very interested as to how this is going to turn out. Our instructions are to turn this into a 10-inch tube pan. Now, I don't have one of those. The nearest I have is a similarly sized bundt pan, which is close enough. I have buttered and floured this severely, which is very important with pound cake-like items. You don't want this to stick. It happened to me once.
Oh, what the heck?
Do not skimp on the process. So here we go. Look at those ribbons. Now, there is a chance that this is too much batter in this pan, but we're going to go for it anyway. And as per instructions, our cold oven cake is going into a cold oven. We set a timer for 1 hour and 15 minutes, and we set the temperature to 350. 350, and 1 hour and 15. And now we wait. We've reached temperature after 12 minutes, and the cake is just starting to form some bubbles. This is 40 minutes in, and still looking quite pale, got a bit more bubbles, but also starting to exceed the pan as I feared, but I think all will be okay. With about 10 minutes left on the bake, I wanted to share with you yet another reason why I adore these periodical cookbooks, and that is because of the small glimpses of current events that you find going on during the time in which they were published. And on page 9 of this edition, you'll find an article titled, "Getting Ready for the Metric Kitchen." And let me just read this to you. The metrics are coming and there's no avoiding it. Our nation is rapidly preparing to join the rest of the world in adapting to a standard system of metric measurements. Within this century, we may see children's textbooks, business journals, and accountants' ledgers abandon the language of pounds, ounces, feet, and inches. These familiar names will be replaced by such terms as grams, liters, meters, and centimeters. And the change in language won't stop there. It will follow us all the way into the kitchen. How'd that work out for you, America? Now, this article exists because Gerald Ford signed the Metric Conversion Act in December of 1975.
Oh yeah, chat.
And everyone was
I
preparing
am
to make the
planning
change,
something
but
next
some were quite
week.
upset.
I
It was
hope you
quickly
guys
repealed by Reagan in 1982,
I hope you
if
guys
memory
will
serves
come
correct.
along with
I just think
me
stuff like
next
this
week.
is hilarious.
Thingamabob, okay?
Ain't that a beauty?
I'm
Smells
doing
good now,
something a
too.
bit
So getting
different.
things out of bundt pans can be notoriously tricky. So my plan of action is to let this cool down for about 5 minutes, attempt to turn it out, and then we'll let it cool down completely before we try it.
Are you
Here goes
going?
nothing.
Soon. Whoa! That's beauty.
Massive cake. You're not cold anymore, are you? Alrighty, our cake has cooled and rested for about 4 hours now, so I reckon it's time to see what's on the inside. Oh, it has quite the crispy crust. Cakes at this size are normally baked at 300 or 325. So
I'm gonna get no. Now tier list is gonna be on Saturday. It's a different one. I wanna do something a bit different about content.
There's something quite special here. You have a browned, crispy exterior, but the inside is where the magic is. It's the tightest, most densest crumb I've experienced. And it almost lends itself to a fudgy consistency in a very positive way, but it isn't undercooked. It's very pleasant. The taste is also really good, which it shouldn't be, and I'm slightly miffed about. It has margarine and Crisco in it. But I do think that's just
I'm gonna buy my
This is a
I'll see you
wonderful
soon,
cake.
okay?
Now the question
Thank
is the
you.
cold oven a secret? Does it make a difference? And I'm inclined to say yes, that there's no way it doesn't make a difference.
We're going
Starting
somewhere.
the baking process at room temperature essentially gives
We'll
a lot
see.
more time for the large bubbles to make their way to the top and pop before the cake starts to begin building its structure through heat. So as the temperature rises, the cake is building itself upon a finer network of air pockets. It creates a dense crumb, and the structure builds gradually. Or at least that's my hypothesis. Do I think you'd get a vastly different cake if you bake this in a preheated oven? No, I'm quite sure you'd get
Don't
something
remove your
similar,
hair,
but
it's
this
so
method
cute,
must
not gonna-
just take it the extra mile. I'm not sold that these results are unique to the quote cold oven method either.
Ninja
I posit that you
chama!
could get similar results if you say left the batter in the bundt pan for a little bit before you baked it in a preheated oven. Perhaps this is just the easiest or the most replicable way of getting these results in a cake. All I know is that it's fantastic and it uses margarine, which means if you use butter, it's gonna be really good. We should also give credit where credit is due. This recipe comes to us from Kathy. Oh dear. Kathy N. from Huntington Station, New York. So it has been a few days, and initially I was quite content with uploading this video where it stood. However, if I were a cat, curiosity would have killed me a long time ago. Because Kathy from Huntington Station and her potentially problematic mispronounceable surname and her cold oven cake have been in my dreams. And they've driven me to want to bake this cake in a preheated oven just to see the difference it makes. Because I am truthfully fascinated with this cold oven idea, and I need to know whether or not that fascination is warranted or misplaced. So once again, we have our buttered and floured bundt pan, and we have our cake batter. Now our cake batter is prepared in the exact same manner as we just did previously. Same ingredients, same method. The only difference is we're going to be baking this in a preheated oven. Now I won't lie, there was a big part of me that wanted to change the oven temperature to something lower so that the exterior would not burn, because of course with the cold oven cake it was not exposed to that high temperature the entire time. It was cold. But then I said no, you know, that's changing too many variables. I want to see the difference between a preheated oven or a non-preheated oven. So we're just going to bake this at 350, and if it's done early, it's done early. Here we go again. All right, here we are, preheated oven, 350, in this boy goes. Do not worry, I will watch it closely. I expect it to be done around the same amount of time, of course, just slightly earlier. So this is the 40-minute mark on our hot oven cake, and it looks more or less the same. Perhaps it's a bit rounder than the previous. Alrighty, this boy was done in 1 hour and 5 minutes, and it looks definitively different. Just on first inspection, this one has cracked a lot more markedly, and it's domed more as well. Let's see how this works. Hello!
Whoa,
This angle
it's
looks more or less
crusty.
the same, but we're gonna let it cool. Oh, this feels different. It's jiggly. Ugh. Oh, peculiar. That certainly is a different crumb, isn't it? I mean, it's not vastly different, but let's see if it tastes it. Wow, that is different. It's just not as good. The crumb is more crumbly. It's not as well put together.
Oh, the
It
cold one
tastes
is much
dry.
better.
The positive fudgy-like consistency of the previous cake is gone. The density as well. I can't say with any degree of certainty that
how
one
are
of these
you?
cakes tastes better than the other, but I can say with certainty that I feel as if the previous cake
How are you,
tastes better. And
STB?
it brings to light an important note,
Stibby,
which
stibby,
is
stibby, stibby,
texture
stibby.
of a baked good.
Actually,
plays
watch
a
his
more
videos when he
important
baked
role in
really
taste
old
perception
recipes. There were
than you
hits,
think,
but the
and
majority
I
were
much
misses
prefer
all.
the previous cake. To be honest with you, I did not expect this much of a difference. I expected this cake's outer shell to be a bit more burnt and crispy compared to the other. That's it. But this certainly validates Kathy, doesn't it? Now, I am an amateur. I only started baking with my TikTok back in 2020. So if any of you folks have any information on cold oven cakes or cold oven methods, please do let me know in the comments. I'd be very interested reading them. All I know is I have a lot of cake to eat, so that's it for me today, and I'll be seeing
I'm
you
fine,
quite
but very
soon.
scared.
This
Why
is
are you very
fun.
scared? Really good video. Really good video. I carbonated milk. Oh, that's disgusting. This is disgusting. I tried carbonated. I did.
Hello.
I did drink like the
My
carbonated
name is Joe Barnard.
milk.
I am here today.
What's it called?
to
Like
perform
the
a
ones
very
in
fun,
the 7-Eleven?
informative, and
That one's
socially
good.
acceptable experiment.
But if you carbonated
ago,
like
my
a
friends
freaking
very
milk
generously
with
pooled
this,
together
I
and
don't
got
know,
a soda
man.
stream for me. This is a device
Milkies,
which will
Milkies, there you go,
carbonate
Milkies,
any
I love
liquid you
Milkies,
want.
yeah,
I've
yeah.
spent the last few weeks
Yuchi made me
carbonating
eat,
different
drink
liquids and
Milkies because I
thinking,
never had it. It is
what
really
could be
good.
fun to put CO2 in? And then I thought of something.
No, reduce fat milk.
Here's the thing about milk. It's thick. It's I think more viscous than water. So I'm not.
I
sure
don't
how
know.
this will work.
Having a carbonated milk kind of disgusts me. That's why
Joe,
I
why
never had
haven't
a
you tried
chance
this
to drink
incredible idea
Milkies until
already? You've had this thing for weeks. This should have been
Yuchi
the first thing you carbonated. Well,
brought
here's the
one for
thing.
me.
For it to be really effective, you kind of want to fill it up to this line here, and that's a lot of milk. To ruin is a strong word, but effect is perhaps the better word here. We'll begin this
If you
glorious
carbonated a
experiment
milk
by filling up
like
the
this,
SodaStream
it
bottle
feels so disgusting to me. I'm so
Specifically,
sorry.
This is lactate milk because I am lactose intolerant.
You're
I'm not gonna
lactose
fill it up all the
intolerant
way to the line,
too.
but I do think we want an appreciable amount of milk. And that's probably good enough. That's a lot of milk. That's more than I want to affect. But again, I am a man of science. We must learn what happens.
Just tolerate.
So first, I will put the bottle of milk into the SodaStream. Just as a little background here, this whole device is
You guys can
supported by
see
a
it, chat,
tank
but I'm
of
almost
CO2
done
in the
with
back,
my
and
with my
that's how this
chibi that I'm
works.
making.
So once we depress this lever, or whatever you want to call it, it's a massive button here, we're going to inject a bunch of CO2 into the milk. So, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Oh dear. Well,
This is why I feel like so disgusted.
Oh jeez, oh my god, oh my god! It's too much milk!
That's too much milk.
It's too much! Oh man, oh jeez, oh man. This is a brand new table.
He's trying.
Oh,
He's
boy.
trying.
Okay, I'm gonna try to take this out. Nope, see, that was a mistake. Okay, alright, hold on, stay calm. Oh, boy.
Oh, mistakes
Oh
are
my
made.
God.
Mistakes were made.
Okay. Alright.
Mistakes
I'm gonna
were
pour some
made.
of this out. This is too much carbonated milk.
Ew.
Okay.
I feel like nothing happened.
Oh my gosh.
Is it really
All right.
carbonated?
Well, this is awful. This is the worst thing.
Yeah.
I suppose since I've kind of ruined everything, we should at least take a sip of the milk to see, was it worth it?
Is it?
Was it worth this awful, terrible mess? Well, so I'll grab a glass, pour the newly carbonated milk into the glass, and let's see how it is.
Okay, please.
Okay, here we go. This is the carbonated milk.
I wanna die.
From the SodaStream. Technically it's lactate, but you know, smells
Not
like milk. Kind of looks like milkshake.
Is it good? Not much of a difference of milk? What did you... What? What?
It's not the worst drink I've had, but it's also very close to the worst drink I've had. I don't think it was worth it.
Yeah, I don't think so.
There's a lot of milk all over this device. And I don't think it was worth it. And it tastes bad, and it's like a little spicy.
Spicy? Spicy?
Yeah. All right. Well, I don't know. That was like 2 or 3 solid cups of milk that are gone now. All in the name of science. But I'll never do it again.
Yes, this is why I don't like, man.
Yep.
That's why I don't really like those, you know. Sandwich, you're the culprit. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. Next one. The man who accidentally killed the most people in history. Ooh. Is this fucking zero escape
One
bullshit?
single scientist created 3 inventions that accidentally caused the deaths of millions of people, including himself. Not only that, they decreased the average intelligence of people all around the world, increased crime rates, and caused 2 completely separate environmental disasters that we are still dealing with today.
Who is it?
Part
What
of this video
the
is
fuck?
sponsored by Ren.
I am
More
not
about them
sponsored
at
by
the
Ren,
end of the
okay?
show.
Not sponsored by Ren.
In 1944, as a young chemist who had just finished his master's, Claire Patterson went to work on the Manhattan Project, building the first nuclear weapons. His job was to concentrate uranium-235, the fissile fuel for bombs, from the much more common uranium-238. And this required huge machines, mass spectrometers, which separated the 2 types of uranium by their slight difference in mass.
And then it explodes.
After the war, Patterson went back to grad school to get his PhD. He picked a research project that would take advantage of his experience with mass spectrometers, measuring the age of the Earth. Radioactive rocks are effectively clocks. Uranium-238, for example, decays into thorium, and then protactinium, and then 12 more decays, until it ends up as lead-206, which is stable. The rate of this decay is consistent and can be measured. It takes 4.5 billion years for half of a sample of U-238 to decay into lead-206. Patterson's PhD project was to determine the age of the Earth by measuring the ratio of uranium to lead in primordial rocks. But to calibrate his instrument, first he used zircon crystals whose ages were known. Zircon is ideal for this purpose because when it forms, it contains trace amounts of uranium, but absolutely no lead. So any lead that you later find inside a zircon, you know must be the product of a uranium decay. Now, Patterson was tasked with measuring the lead content, and another student, George Tilton, measured uranium. Tilton's uranium measurements were fine. They matched predictions. But Patterson's lead measurements were all over the place, and they were many, many times higher than they expected.
We take George's uranium and my lead. Not right, Patterson. There was lead there that didn't belong there.
So where was all this extra
I
lead
guess
coming from?
that's why you keep
That mystery
maybe that's
would
why
take over
people
the rest of
are
Claire
doing
Patterson's life
dangerous
and
stuff
bring him
on
to the literal
TikTok.
ends of the Earth.
It's because of them. Oh my god, it all makes
In
sense now.
1908, a woman
Because
was
we became
driving across the
stupid.
Belle Isle Bridge in Detroit when her car stalled. A passing motorist stopped to help. In those days, cars needed to be hand-cranked to start. He knelt down and turned the crank, and the engine roared to life, a little too suddenly. The man couldn't get out of the way, and the crank handle hit him in the face and broke his jaw.
Ow!
He died as a result of his injuries.
Oh no!
His name was Byron Carter, and he was the founder of his own car company, so he was well connected in the Detroit auto scene. He counted among his close friends the founder of Cadillac,
you made a
Henry
very
Leland.
bad engineering
Leland
stuff there,
was
sir.
so distraught over his friend's death that he resolved to eliminate hand cranks
You
from
can be
his
stupid
vehicles.
like us forever. I mean,
Leland hired
I will
Charles
not,
Kettering
I
to
will
create
not,
a self-starting car. And by
I will not
1911,
deny that I
he
am
had
stupid.
a working prototype.
Hand cranking was difficult and dangerous.
Because I am.
Best left to men. But a car that started itself changed everything.
The world's first crankless car was the Cadillac Model 30. It was much more powerful than cars before it. It had a top speed of 45 miles per hour and 40 horsepower, double the Ford Model T. The Model 30 was a huge success for Cadillac, doubling the company's annual sales. But it had a problem. It was deafeningly loud. In internal combustion engines, a piston compresses the fuel-air mixture, which is then ignited by a spark from the spark plug. The expanding hot gases
Hey, I just
push
made
the
a
piston back
TikTok
down.
because, like, you
The
know,
problem with the Model 30
I wanna
engine
get like
was
a
it compressed the
new
fuel-air
reach,
mixture
hello?
more than previous models. So much, in fact, that often the fuel would spontaneously combust before the spark from the spark plug. So rather than orderly, perfectly timed explosions, you'd get multiple haphazard combustions leading to turbulent pressure waves inside the cylinder. The resulting sound led the problem to become known as engine knocking. Knocking wasn't just hard on the ears, it hurt the engine's performance. It reduced power output and lowered fuel efficiency. The vibrations also damaged the piston and walls of the cylinder, shortening the life of the engine.
What you gonna do about it, huh?
The good news
Gonna
was
do?
that engine knocking could be corrected by changing the fuel. Different fuels can withstand different levels of compression before detonating. N-heptane, for example, will spontaneously combust under only a little compression. Isooctane, on the other hand, can withstand a much higher compression ratio before it auto-ignites, so it's much less likely to cause knocking. To quantify how much compression a fuel can withstand, scientists came up with the octane rating system. They arbitrarily set isooctane to have a rating of 100 and N-heptane a rating of 0.
So how?
Now, real fuels aren't made up of only these two ingredients. They're a mix of lots of different hydrocarbons. But the octane rating tells you what mixture of octane and heptane gives equivalent performance. For example, 98 octane fuel can withstand the same compression as a mixture of 98% octane and 2% heptane. Now, I'm going to take a little bit of 98 octane fuel and put it in this piston, and when I compress it, nothing happens, which is exactly what you'd expect. This fuel can withstand a lot of compression. Diesel has an octane rating of 20, so it acts like a mixture of 20% isooctane and 80% N-heptane. If I put a little bit of diesel in there, let's see what happens with the same compression ratio.
Hello, Yusei! Welcome back! Oh, LED! I see.
There you go. You get a little explosion in there. That's because this is a low octane fuel. I mean, that's what diesel's meant to do. You compress it and it ignites. But you don't want this sort of fuel in an engine with spark plugs. The reason fancy cars demand high octane fuel is to prevent knocking in their high compression, high performance engines. Kettering wanted to find an additive which would increase the octane rating of ordinary fuel and eliminate knocking in high compression engines. So he hired 27-year-old engineer Thomas Midgley Jr. Midgley experimented with all sorts of compounds, from melted butter and camphor to ethyl acetate and aluminum chloride. He later wrote most of them had no more effect than spitting in the Great Lakes. Ethanol was an interesting exception. It did stop the knocking, but you needed a lot of it, about 10% of the fuel mixture for it to be effective. That much ethanol would be expensive and hard to turn a profit on. And Midgley was really after an additive that was cheap, easy to produce, and effective even at low concentrations. So he kept trying. Then he hit on tellurium. It worked wonderfully as an anti-knock agent, but it had a terrible smell. You couldn't get rid of it by changing clothes or bathing. His wife was so offended by the stench that he had to sleep in the basement for 7 months. Midgley wrote, "I don't think that although this doubled the fuel economy, humanity would suffer this smell."
Oh, so a lot of people would die the smell because of the smell?
On December 3rd, 1921, after 5 years of working on the problem, Midgley found what he thought was the perfect solution: tetraethyl lead. That's a lead atom right there in the center. This additive was exactly what he was looking for. It stopped the knocking, it didn't smell, it was cheap to produce and readily available. Best of all, you only needed 1 part in 1,000 for it to be effective. In a call to Kettering, Midgley said, "Can you imagine how much money we're gonna make with this? We're gonna make $200 million, maybe even more." That is over $3 billion in today's dollars. Now, for his discovery, the American Chemical Society gave him the prestigious Nichols Award, and they asked him to do a series of public talks, but Midgley declined. He and Kettering patented the process for making tetraethyl lead, and they called their new additive ethyl, perhaps so it might be confused with another common additive, ethyl alcohol. They made no mention of lead. Then they teamed up with three of America's largest corporations, General Motors, DuPont, and Standard Oil of New Jersey, to form the Ethyl Corporation. Their marketing was brilliant.
No man can look at the amazing record of accomplishment here in this research division without confidence that these men are going ahead with an eye to the future, looking for new facts and principles which will make things better and make life easier for all of us.
Gas.
At the 1923 Indianapolis 500, the top three finishers all used ethyl, and the demand for leaded gasoline took off.
Oh.
To keep up, Ethyl Corporation had
Is
to
it?
build a new chemical plant
Is
in
this
New
the
Jersey.
Chernobyl? No, not
Within 2 months of
that's not
operating,
the Chernobyl.
dozens of workers fell ill with lead poisoning.
Right?
5 of them
It's
died.
not, right?
To address the public outcry, Midgley held a press conference, and there he poured tetraethyl lead
It's
onto his
worse
hands,
than Chernobyl?
and he inhaled it for a full minute. He claimed he could do this daily without harm. But Midgley knew
Baby, happy
the
watching.
dangers.
Thank you, Stevie.
The reason he had turned down the public talks was because he spent much of 1923
Hope
in
you're
Florida,
doing well on
where
your
he
what you're
himself
doing.
was recovering from lead poisoning. He didn't go anywhere near his company's product if he could help it. Lead is dangerous even in small doses. It mimics calcium in our bodies, so there's no efficient way to get rid of it. And like calcium, lead can be stored in bones for years, meaning it can continue to poison the body long after the initial exposure.
Oh, what the
The
heck?
organ most sensitive to lead is the brain. Lead breaks down the myelin sheath around axons
Oh, that's why
and
we're
prevents the
getting
release of
fucking
neurotransmitters.
idiots now.
That's why
Aw,
common symptoms of
man.
lead poisoning are headaches, memory loss, and tingling in the hands and feet. And children are particularly susceptible. Lead exposure can cause permanent learning disorders and behavioral problems.
Aw, man.
And the dangers of lead had been known for hundreds of years. Already in 1786, Benjamin Franklin remarked that lead had been used for far too long, considering its known toxicity. You will observe with concern how long a useful truth may be known and exist before it is generally received and practiced on. He would have been aghast to learn that nearly 150 years later, scientists planned to add lead to fuel. Doctors and public health officials from MIT, Harvard, Yale, and the US Health Service wrote to Midgley and warned them against producing tetraethyl lead. They called lead a creeping and malicious poison and a serious menace to public health. Their concerns were dismissed.
This model shows how just the right amount of fluid containing tetraethyl lead and dye is added to the gasoline.
No one doubted that a lot of lead was bad for you, but how much harm could a little lead do? By the 1950s, millions of motorists globally were burning lead in their cars and releasing it into the air.
Ah.
Some of that lead ended up on Claire Patterson's zircon samples, preventing him from determining their age. In 1952, he moved to Caltech, where he built a new lab from scratch. Suspicious of environmental contamination, he tore the electrical cables out of the walls to remove the lead solder. He cleaned the floors and benches daily with ammonia and made sure that air was always being blown out of the lab. To go inside, you had to wear a plastic bunny suit. Patterson basically
Bunny
invented
suit?
the clean room. Inside that room,
Bunny
he
sem-
turned
Bunny
his
girl
attention
senpai?
to the oldest rocks
Bunny
in the
Girl
solar system,
Senpai
meteorites.
Patterson?
All
Bunny
the
Girl
original
Senpai
rocks
Patterson.
on Earth had long since been destroyed
Senpai.
by tectonic activity. But meteorites come from asteroids, which formed around the same time as Earth. They have just been drifting through space until they entered the Earth's atmosphere. So the best way to measure the age of the Earth was to measure
Bunny
the
Boy,
age
Bunny
of
Boy
meteorites.
Senpai.
Patterson measured 5 meteorites, each with 3 different radiometric dating techniques, and he found they were all 4.55 billion years old. That number
is within 0.15% of the currently accepted value for the age of the Earth. You know, before Patterson's experiment, people thought the Earth was 1 billion years younger. So Patterson had done it. He measured the age of the Earth, but he wasn't done getting rid of lead contaminants.
Ow.
Public concern about lead exposure had continued to grow, but President of Standard Oil Frank Howard pushed back, saying, "We do not feel justified in giving up what has come to the industry like a gift from heaven on the possibility that a hazard may be involved in it."
Scientists funded by the Ethel Corporation claimed that lead was a natural part of our environment and therefore not harmful to people. But Patterson wondered, just how natural is the lead in our environment? And he had just the skills to find out.
He began by measuring lead in the oceans. If it were natural, he expected the concentration of lead to be the same regardless of depth. But if lead pollution had increased recently, it would be more concentrated near the surface. He took samples in the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans down to a depth of 4 kilometers. And sure enough, lead concentrations were nearly 10 times higher near the surface. Lead pollution was clearly recent, but when exactly had it occurred? To find out, Patterson had to go to Greenland and Antarctica. Ice cores record the level of lead in the air going back thousands of years. The levels of lead in the atmosphere have been elevated for the last 4,500 years. All of it
it's pretty
is
neat.
due
The
to
visual
human
animations are
activity,
really neat.
mainly smelting
Sorry, I
ores
had
to make
to
metal.
clean a little
You can
bit
see the
because
rise
I was
and
eating
fall of the Greek
pancake
and
and the
Roman
fucking
empires,
ants.
the dip caused by the Black Death in the 1300s, and of course the spike in the 20th century due to industrialization
I just left my
and
pancake like 5
tetraethyl lead.
minutes ago.
So what did this do to people?
Get
Well,
out of my
Patterson looked at the lead
pancakes.
levels in the teeth and bones of recently deceased Americans, and for comparison, he measured the lead
Isn't
in
it kind of
bones and
ironic?
teeth of Peruvian
Greenland,
and
but
Egyptian
it's
mummies.
all ice,
Since
and
they lived
Iceland
over
is all
1,600
green.
years ago, they would have been
Kinda ironic,
exposed
huh?
to much less lead in their lifetimes. He expected to find modern Americans had about 100 times as much lead in their bones, but results showed it was closer to a factor of 1,000. 20th century Americans
Get out
had
of my
1,000 times more lead
pancakes.
in their bones than their ancestors.
Don't you guys have fridge? I don't
Studies
really
of
want to
baby
put
teeth
the
revealed
pancake on the
that
fridge
even
for
lead
now.
exposure well
I don't
below
wanna
the
make
level
it a bit
considered
cold.
safe
I'm
resulted
eating
in
it.
delayed
I just
learning,
left it for 5
decreased
minutes.
IQ, and
Just to
increased
finish like a
behavioral
little bit of
problems.
work.
And
But
there's a
fucking
broad consensus
answer
on the part
like
of everybody
so
except
fast.
the lead industry and its spokesman that lead is extremely toxic at extremely low doses.
A follow-up study showed that those with higher levels of lead in their baby teeth were many times more likely to fail out of high school. As a result of studies like these, the CDC's
Okay, you can
guidelines
tell
for
me
the
I'm
acceptable
lazy,
level
but
of lead in
the
children's
thing is,
blood
we don't have
dropped
oven,
from
we don't
60
have anything to
micrograms per
heat a fucking
deciliter
pancake if you
down
put it in
to
the fridge, okay?
3.5. And as far as we know
Yeah,
today,
lead meant us
there
more
is no
stupid.
safe level of lead. Globally, lead is believed to be responsible for
And
nearly
then always traffic
two-thirds of
pa dito
all
sa Pilipinas.
unexplained
Oh my
intellectual
god, it all
disability.
makes sense now.
According to a
It all
study
makes sense
published in
now. Manila
2022,
is so fucking
more than
stupid.
half
It
of
all
the
makes
current
sense.
US population,
Oh my god, it all
that's
makes sense
170
now.
million people, were exposed to high levels of lead in early childhood. Those born between 1951 and 1980 are disproportionately affected. The authors estimate that in aggregate, lead caused a loss of more than 800 million IQ points. The world is less intelligent today because of leaded gasoline.
But there are even more troubling correlations.
Filipino.
The US saw a steady rise in crime from the 1970s to the 1990s. Then it abruptly declined.
Oh.
This graph looks eerily similar to a plot of preschool blood lead levels, just offset by 20 years. The obvious question is, did kids who were exposed to higher levels of lead grow up to commit more crimes than they otherwise would have? You might think this is just a spurious correlation, but the same pattern appears in many
Lead can
countries,
make you a
including
fucking
Britain,
criminal.
Canada, and
Gusto ko
Australia.
maging
And
criminal.
we know there's a causal connection between lead
Hello,
exposure
Iro.
and
Okay lang bang
antisocial or
puro
violent behavior.
verification
A
play
study
mo?
of
Makikinig ako
340
ng stream
teenagers
mo.
found that
I
those who were
mean,
arrested
kung ano
were
yung
4
mga
times as likely
pinapanood,
to have
ay kung ano yung
elevated
nandun
lead in
sa
their
video
bones
corner,
than
yun ang
similar
nakalagay.
demographic controls who
Lead
didn't have
poisoning.
run-ins
Yes,
with the
yes,
law.
yes.
Now, this doesn't mean that lead is responsible for all of the increase in crime, but it's very likely responsible for some of it. Now, it's tough to estimate the precise
It all
death
makes
toll
sense
of
now.
lead. One of its lesser-known effects is a hardening of the arteries, leading to increased cardiovascular
Oh
disease.
no, it all
A
makes
study
sense.
from 2018 found lead was likely responsible for 250,000 heart disease deaths per year in the US. Assuming a constant rate over the past
Enjoy.
century, that amounts to 25 million deaths in the US alone. Globally, the figure may approach 100 million. Most of those deaths are due to Midgley's decision to put lead in gasoline, a substance he knew firsthand was toxic, but he did it anyway to maximize profits. And the problem is not over.
Greedy.
Current estimates of deaths
Greedy.
caused by lead range from 500 to 900,000 per year. A 2020 UNICEF report warns that 1 in 3 children globally, that's over 800 million children, have blood lead levels at or above 5 micrograms per deciliter. A lot of this lead now comes from batteries and industrial processes, but some is still due to Midgley's invention. Now, after Midgley's success with ethyl, he was put in charge of another engineering project. GM wasn't just making cars, but also household
Gasoline
appliances.
like home cooking?
And fridges had a problem. The two most common gases used as refrigerants were methyl formate and sulfur dioxide. One is highly toxic, the other is flammable. Midgley was tasked with creating a safer alternative, and in 1928 he developed a non-toxic and non-flammable refrigerant, dichloro-difluoromethane. GM called this new product Freon, and to demonstrate Freon's safety, during the unveiling at the American Chemical Society, Midgley inhaled a lungful of this gas and blew out a candle. In the following decades, CFCs like Freon became very popular and were used as solvents and aerosols. The problem is CFCs are light and stable. When released into the atmosphere, they climb up into the stratosphere, where they can remain for 50 to 100 years. But if a CFC molecule is hit
The
by
taste
an
of
ultraviolet
charcoal?
photon
Oh,
at
yeah,
just the right
for
energy,
sure.
it breaks apart, releasing a chlorine atom. And this chlorine atom can then react with ozone, breaking it apart into chlorine monoxide and oxygen gas. The result was another environmental disaster, the hole in the ozone layer. With less ozone, more UV light
It's all
penetrates the
because of the
atmosphere,
money?
increasing the rates of skin cancer and cataracts. Plus, CFCs are potent greenhouse gases. Per kilogram,
I
they
hope
produce
Patterson's
10,000
happy.
times more warming than CO2. The historian John McNeill wrote that Midgley had more impact on the atmosphere than any other single organism in Earth's history. An agreement to phase out CFCs, the Montreal Protocol, went into effect in 1989, and the ozone layer is now showing signs of recovery, although it'll take many more decades to fully recover. In 1940, at the age of 51, Midgley contracted polio and became physically disabled. So to help him get up, he devised a mechanical bed controlled by a series of ropes and pulleys. On November 2nd, 1944, while using the contraption, he became tangled in the ropes and died of strangulation.
What?
Thanks to the work of Claire Patterson, it became clear that the lead in our environment is not natural. Burning lead in combustion engines spread the toxic element across the planet, into the air, oceans, the snow at the South Pole, and even our bones. Japan was the first to ban leaded fuel in cars in 1986, but other countries soon followed suit. Algeria was the last to do so in 2021. The UN calculates that the elimination of lead
We
from
still
gas
have leaded
saves over
gas.
1 million lives per
Do we?
year and
Capitalism
$2.45
is
trillion.
evil.
But leaded gas is still used, by the way, in piston-driven airplane engines.
Oh,
That's now the largest source of lead emissions into the air in the US.
Unleaded.
You will observe with concern how long a useful truth may be known and exist before it is generally received and
Even
practiced
myself
on.
to keep the kill count high. Thank you so much for the
When I
fire.
first
Negative
learned
0,
about
double
Thomas
Z,
Midgley and
double
Claire
07.
Patterson,
Welcome to the
I was
welcome to the
amazed by
spouse
how
view.
much
Wow,
harm
wow,
or how
thank
much
you.
good a single person could do to the environment, which brings me to the sponsor of this video.
I am
REN,
not
an
sponsored by
organization
Ren.
taking
This is all
action
just
on
the
climate
sponsor,
change.
right? This is
I
all
think
just the
it's important
sponsor. I'm
that
not
we
sponsored by Ren, okay? It's late for me to ask this, but the meaning is YouTube. It's just me being stupid. It means YouTube night. Oh, why you putting a song here? Why you putting a Steven Universe song here? The heck? YouTube not. But it's YouTube night. I was fine with the man who would cut into her life now and again. I was fine, 'cause I knew that they didn't really matter until you. I was fine when you came, and it thought like it was all some silly game over her. Who she choose? After all those years, I never thought I'd lose. It's over, isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't it over? It's over, isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't it over? You won, and she chose you, and she loved you, and she's gone. It's over, isn't it? Why can't I move on? War and glory, reinvention, fusion, freedom, her attention, out in daylight, my attention, bold, precise, experimental. Who am I now in this world without her? Petty and dull with no nerve to doubt her. Why does it matter? It's already done. Now I got to be there for her son. It's over, isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't it over? It's over, isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't it over? You won and she chose you, and she loved you, and she's gone. It's over, isn't it? Why can't I move on? Sana hindi ako rinig sa stream ni Yuchi. It's over, isn't it? Why can't I move on? I miss Steven Universe. I miss rewatching Steven Universe. Huh. She played League! I know! She played League again? Oh, god damn it. What have I done? What have I done? What have I done? Oh no! Ban! Outstanding and clear voice. Thank you, Yukichi! Stop cooking Asian box meals. Ooh. In the beach? Why you put it there? That's not sanitary then. In this video, I bought 3 self-cooking Asian meals to try. Oh, I wanna see. These boxes can cook you hot meals just by adding water. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Instant cooking dry bakute with rice. Malaysia first instant cooking. Oh. Self-heating steam rice. Cooking pot when you buy. Oh, I see. That's so bulky. This is like what's it called? What's the call? MRE. It's like MRE, right? You just put water and all that stuff. This is like the Malaysian version of MRE. really. This is too bulky. This is not much of a MRE. MRE is supposedly like portable and all that stuff. This one is pretty bulky because it has a really big box and another container for the rice. Magsasaing ba siya? Yeah! 15 minutes! Okay, 15 minutes. We just wait for 15 minutes. Okay. There's a burb. Oh, he's gonna take it. Oh, never mind. Parang gumawa ka lang ng spaghetti. Shallot oil. Bigla daw bumilis oras nung pag-alok mo. Ay, ganun ba? Nga nung naglaro kami, sabi niya, ala, gabi na pala, naglalaro pa rin ako ng league, dapat may commission nga akong dudawin. Kuna speedrun pala niya eh. I bet sina Iro tsaka si Hiro, tinatanong niya na sina Pan kung maglalaro si Pan. Kasi Pan, naglalaro na siya, diba? Today is already 5. Sorry na! Oh, that's so good! Hello? We don't have that in convenience store. I guess we have like, what's it called? Like menudo or something like that. Oh, fritada. I miss eating 7-Eleven food. I should probably buy one tomorrow. Good. Cuttlefish? Why the fuck is cuttlefish? We're watching you do. Oh, I guess. Diyan, bigay kayo facts. Wag puro pagkain pinagbibigay. Hirap buksan ng sisig. Eh, puro, ano eh, yung busag sisig, I don't really like those. That can make me, food poisoning. I guess. It's like MREs. It's a lot. I mean, it is cheap, like 29 pesos. Dun sa may, what's it called? Dun sa may Intramuros na katabi ng Better, 29 pesos lang yung, yung 7-Eleven na sisig nila. If I remember correctly. Wala, hindi naman ako 7-Eleven kumakain kasi kumakain ako doon sa KFC. Kiki ang fishbowl chicken mo. Why? It's so soupy. Why is it so good? It's so soupy. Now I want menudo. Now you made me want to eat menudo. What the heck? I wanna eat menudo or beef stew. I love menudo. Menudo is my favorite what do you call this one? My favorite home cooked food. Don't put raisins on menudo though. That's disgusting. But like, but I love menudo. Yeah. Afritada is good. Afritada is good. Caldereta is good too. But my personal favorite is menudo. Don't give me freaking raisins on menudo, please. What's this? That looks complicated. Oh, another one of these big ass pot. From Caldereta and Apridada. I know Apridada has chicken. Caldereta has beef. And menudo is pork. And that's that is why. Because I really like menudo. They have tomato sauce and all that stuff, but I still love like chicken menudo exists. I don't fucking care. Pork menudo's the best, okay? Now tomorrow I will eat menudo. Tomorrow I will buy in 7-Eleven. I hope they have menudo though. If not, there's an apritada that I saw. Yeah, the hi-fi looks solid, not gonna lie. Hello Tsunyan! How did I do it? I saw food thumbnail and I joined. Yeah. We were watching some food videos, yes. No, not really like food videos, like anything that my community is sending in my Discord server, you can join. Wink wink. Blue Anya! Anya! I am no king nor god! I am Anya! The reason why my hair is blue is because Ninja told me that blue hair is the answer for being a pro streamer. Thank you so much for the final. Tsunyan 009, welcome to the Spiral Stream. Wow, thank you. Also Ariko for 20, come on. Doremi Ninja. Who said again ninja? Doraemon gago! Hindi ako Doraemon! Is this a hot pot? Like, what the heck is that called? Shabu-shabu? Kailan magkakaroon ng just add hot water sinigang? Oh, that's not gonna happen. Ang mahiwagang mensahe! Wang, wang, wang. There you go. Already your ringtone. You're welcome, chat. You're welcome. Tetenenenen. Ang mahiwagang mensahe! Wang, wang, wang. You're welcome. There you go. You're already ringtone. There you go. Ano yan? Sulfur, blah blah blah. The one you guys see in me? Oh, I know this video. Waterproofing my life with flex tape. This is a classic one. Can you say the Bluetooth? Okay. The Bluetooth device has successfully okay. The Bluetooth device has successfully connected. Is it good?
I hate it when my computer combusts because my own blood from my blood bag is spilling on my computer. If only there was some way to fix this.
Flex tape!
The solution was flex tape. Flex tape. Okay, have you heard about this stuff? I mean, this is basically, have you heard of Jesus? Well, even he couldn't do as much as flex tape, apparently.
Thank you so much for the follow. Rigor Cranimus, welcome to the Spiral Stream. Wow, thank you. Oh, Phil Swift, my beloved.
Because I want you to be as sold on flex tape as I am. Disclaimer: I am not actually sponsored in any way by flex tape.
I am not sponsored as well. I am not sponsored by flex tape as well.
I'm just gonna let you enjoy this for yourself. Here we go. This is flex tape.
Hi, Phil Swift here for Flex Tape, the super strong waterproof tape. that can instantly patch, bond, seal, and repair.
Hell yeah!
You gotta love it. It's always a guy like Phil Swift, Johnny Starr. You never get a guy coming out like, it's me, Józefi Krakowski with Flex Tape.
Leaky pipes can
I want
cause
Phil to
major
patch up my
damage,
problems
but
like
Flex
that.
Tape grips on tight and bonds instantly. Plus, Flex
I
Tape's
wish Phil
powerful
Swift can
adhesive is so
flex
strong,
tape all of my insecurities and
it
my
even works
depression
underwater.
and
You
my
still left the other one,
financial
Phil.
problems.
You've done half a job and you got a full smile.
Flex Tape keeps its grip, even in the toughest conditions.
That is
I
not the
want
toughest
Phil
condition. That looks like
Swift
it
to
goes through a car
seal
wash.
me.
Who do you think
Phil,
a fool is?
I'm too powerful.
Big storms can
That might be the toughest conditions. You scared me. That wasn't even. Does this have anything to do with Flex Tape? Are you all right, Phil?
Flex Tape is perfect for marine, campers, and RVs.
I love on these commercials. Literally, it's like you could just use this on anything. Open
Phil
heart
Swift,
surgery.
my
Guy's
Oshie.
got an artery going. Flex Tape. Well, honestly, what they should do on these infomercials is just tell you what it can't do. Just tell you the 3 or 4 things that Flex Tape can't fix.
Thank you so much
Broken
for the follow.
marriage,
Speech
even
head
then,
number
shown
1.
to
Teen
be
Networks
slightly more
number
effective
2.
than
Welcome to the
placebo.
Spouse Meal. Wow, wow.
Flex Tape is super strong.
Flex Tape ain't super strong, Phil. You're super strong.
And once it's on,
Yeah,
it
what
holds
the
on
heck?
tight.
I got a couple pictures of Phil in my house on the wall. May or may not have photoshopped his undies off. May or may not have photoshopped his wiener on. I've done it though, really. It's serious. It's a problem.
To show you the power of Flex Tape, I saw this boat in half.
Oh, what the heck, Phil Swift?
Phil, what does that have to do with tape? You know, okay, I want to tell me. How the fuck, what does that got to do with Flex Tape?
I saw this
I come
boat
from
in
a place
half
where our
and
tradition is
repaired
hot
it
dog.
with
Hot
only
dog!
Flex Tape.
You repaired it with only Flex Tape.
Sorry.
I'm sure you did.
Yeah, doggy!
And you're on the boat. He's on the fucking boat. I'm sorry. Does that say 12-inch
dog
wide
na.
Flex Tape used on both inside and outside of the boat? Oh, see, you got to make sure to use it both on the inside and the
Thank you
outside.
for the
There is no
blessings.
fucking way that the only thing they use to put that boat back together is tape. I'll eat my fucking Flex Tape.
Imagine everything you can do with the power of Flex Tape.
All right, I got Flex Tape for real. Let's see if this works. All right, I no longer want water. Oh shit!
Oh, shit.
Oh jeez! Come here. Come here. I gotta plug up those eyes. That nose is still breathing. There we go. All patched up. The next one we have is Flex Seal. Flex Seal Liquid. Let's have a look at this.
Bumili ako ng
Oh,
isang
great,
box.
Phil. Our Prometheus.
I
What
wish
fire
Phil
of knowledge
Swift
do you
can
bring
just
to us mortals today?
advertise my
Phil Swift here
channel
for
as
Flex
well.
Seal, the
And I will
easy
be
way
so
to stop
happy.
leaks fast.
That's a colander, Phil. It's supposed to have holes and leaks. What you've done is essentially you've made a bowl.
The easy way to stop leaks fast.
Phil, you make me angry, Phil. Could have just grabbed one of these, Phil. Don't need Flex Seal. Look at its curvature. The easy way to have a bowl without creating one out of a colander.
And now, there's Flex Seal Liquid, this super thick rubber that you could pour right into cracks.
You could pour it right into cracks. You could do that. But why?
Hello, gawa mo
Why
ninja.
would you do that? Why would you do any of that?
Oh my god, it's
Even dip all
ninja!
your tools for a tough, no-slip grip.
Even dip all your tools? I can understand the other two. Like, there's some application, but how do you go from,
Uncle
like,
Roger
you
would
can
be
stop
proud of
water
Phil
from going
Swift
through
sealing that
cracks.
colander. Oh yeah,
Weatherproof
that's
some of your
true.
outdoor materials. Dip
He
your
would be so
tools in
proud,
shit.
and
I
there
don't
will
know.
be
This
never
product's
ever gonna be a
worthless in its
fucking
current
rice
state.
with colander.
Now that's good. Just get that right in there. Just soak that right up. Now you can basically see that this is a 100% improved product. Thank you, Flex Seal. Grandpa been hitting the sauce a little too much? Think he's a little too old for that? Done. He ain't getting in there. Broken item. Fixed.
To show you the incredible sealing power of Flex Seal Liquid,
Here it comes. Here it comes.
we made this entire airboat and covered it in Flex Seal Liquid.
Another boat?
What's with Phil Swift with boats?
He's riding it again. Phil, you did not just roll some Flex Seal on that and go out in fucking gator-infested waters. I know you didn't. A disclaimer, multiple coats used. We didn't just, slap some of that shit on and send it out.
And the inside is completely dry.
I can scarcely believe this is working at all. I can guarantee you in a minute or two, his whole operation's gonna come apart. I'm gonna fall in the water. I might go blind for life. All right, we got one more here. We got the Flex Seal Extreme Bucket Demo. Anything with the words extreme and bucket, you know it's gonna be good.
You may have seen a few people test Flex Seal.
Okay, he's lost it.
Phil Swift with the knife!
Phil, I knew from the moment I saw you slapping tape on holes, you might have had a couple holes up here. You needed some flex tape before, you know what I'm saying? Keep the demons from getting out. Don't try this.
No, don't
try this. It's not even a don't try this at home. Just don't try this. Phil, he's gone insane. He came in here earlier with a knife and a chainsaw. Please help. Send help.
That's a lot of damage.
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 Phil, it's not. Could be a lot worse.
How about a little more?
Oh, he's going for the chainsaw. Seriously, do not try, never attempt this. Phil has gone too far. You sniffed too much flex glue, and now all he can see is Martians.
No, that's a lot of damage.
And that's a lot of damage.
I think it's gonna leak. I think it's fair to say it's gonna leak.
Yep, it leaks.
Yeah, it leaks. It leaks. Definitely leaks. Go in the water is coming out the bottom. It's leaking. Leaks.
All right, let's seal it with Flex Seal. All you need to do is just spray a nice, even coating.
All you gotta do, just spray that round, squirt it round, get it nice and even. Before you know it, you have your bucket back that you destroyed. You'll get that back.
If you test it and there's still a little leak, you may need to add a few more coats.
After all that flex spray, man, you're gonna have no bucket left. You know, friends or family would ask me, why didn't you just buy a new bucket or not destroy the one you had?
Rieger.
Turn to him and I'd say, speaks for itself, doesn't it?
Oh god, that's a lot.
Replacement for that, I tell you what. Look at that. Look at how it holds that water. It's just as good as new. I scarcely notice a difference.
Once it's dry, hit it again. Just give it time. Have patience.
Have patience. It's not a miracle product. Slap on that flex tape. It's not a fucking miracle. Slap it on with the might of Zeus. What do you just have some fucking patience?
Wow, we had to repair a lot of damage. Let's take a look.
A lot of
You keep alluding
damage.
to the amount of damage you've done to the bucket. I know you got a bit of a Rambo complex, all right? It's not that serious.
We'll look inside. Well, this is where the knife went through.
Oh, you're just gonna show that on live television?
What? It's 95%?
Autopsy here. Have you thought of the family in the bucket? How are they gonna feel seeing that on the night I bet you wish you were a little nicer to me now, huh? You used to call me a word I was spitting water behind my back. You think I didn't notice, huh? I'm gonna give you lots of damage. I feel like I could actually kill myself this way by stabbing directly into my heart.
Yeah, please do not do that, John Tron, please.
Wow, there's absolutely no leaks. It's completely dry.
Oh, look at that. The water's
Please, I'm
going in the
gonna play
bucket
Jump
and
King
it's
for
being a
6
bucket.
hours, really?
Cameraman, you checking this out?
Cameraman, you see that? You see a couple turd stains and a jizz napkin in there? Never seen anything like it.
You know, Flex Seal is an amazing product. If you fill all the cracks and holes and you let it dry completely, Flex Seal works.
If you do the thing,
Why does it
and
look
you
like
do
that?
it right, and you don't fuck it up, it works. It just works. Slap it on my butt. Keep that poo in for as long as you can. When it finally comes out, by golly, that's gonna feel like the best shit you've ever taken. This is Phil Swift with Flex Tape. I'm a prostitute.
Call now for free anal consultation.
Thank you so much for the final Royal Poison. Welcome to the Swell Spin. Wow, thank you. You should play Drum King with the ninja. Please,
Just
no.
let me die. Let me die in peace. I'm perfect. I'm too perfect. This is what happens when you try to play God.
It's too much. It's too powerful. What's happening in the stream? Hello, Uncle Ed. How you doing? He's becoming a league player. Oh no! Oh no! Hello, Uncle Ans. We're just watching videos that my community sending in my Discord server. So if you want to put videos and you want me to watch it, we're still like a lot of videos, but I will what do you call it? I will watch it like consecutively every Wednesday. So yeah. Are you gonna watch part 2? Oh, it's not in thingy though, so maybe not.
I'm in
But I
Weldon
already watched
Spring.
it, so
I'm
yeah.
in Yevley. I'm in the abandoned city of
Tom
Pripyat.
Scott introducing places
one of the
extended.
inching down oil tanks.
Who is
I'm off
Tom
to the
Scott?
Arctic for 3 weeks. I am not inside a fusion reactor. I'm in Hull. I am in Morocco. I am at Disney World. I'm in Resolute. I'm in an airplane bathroom. I am in an unpowered
Thank you so much for the follow. Mooney Night Zero. Welcome to the Trials View. Wow.
I'm in the British Museum. I'm flying at a few thousand feet over Lincolnshire. I'm at platform 9 3/4.
Hey, I wanna ask my friend told me that I should buy her a slip. I don't have any money, but she's forcing me. Should I? Fuck no!
I'm in Swindon. I am in
Do you like? I wanna ask. Do you like your friend that much?
Of England. I'm in Cape May. I'm at the Computer History Museum. I am about to cross a road. I'm in Bristol. I'm at the summit of Mount Evans. I'm on my way back
What
from the Arctic.
skin though? I wanna ask what skin?
Beverly Boulevard and North La Cienega Boulevard. I'm about to play bubble football. I am in Greenwich. I'm putting myself
He's my
at
only
risk of
friend.
being
Oh,
sick.
I see.
I'm in New Orleans.
What
I'm
skin
at
though? I
one
wanna
of the
ask.
tallest wind farms in Europe.
Is it a
I'm
league
at a
skin,
party. I'm
Valorant
at the
skin,
Eureka
River?
weather station.
River?
I'm in the small village of Yelling. I am with Norm. I am back with Norm. Last time I was outside this pub with Norm, he taught me how to strangle someone.
What?
I'm in the English countryside near Canterbury, and this is a level crossing. I'm on the 19th floor of 1 Canada Square in London, and that
Is it the
gorgeous sunset. This is an
River
Ulster.
skin?
This is a
This is
pendant.
that's expensive
This
though. Is it a
teasmate.
bundle?
This is London's cable car. This is a packet and
That's
bottle of
expensive.
freeze-dried urine. Behind me is Lake Constance. It is a big lake. This is a shipping container.
Okay,
This
now I
is a
wanna
Soviet
ask.
T-34
Are they cracked
This
in
is a
Valorant?
dead man. This is a
To
bottle
the
of
point that
Dasani.
are
This
they
is the mixed reality
are
lab.
they
This is a natural
worth
spring.
the freaking
This is
River
Launchpad
bundle?
39. This is the control room. This is Notre Dame.
Or
This
is it
used to be
within your
RAF
budget?
Gravely. This is
Two
the Thames.
two questions.
This is the kilogram.
Is she cracked?
Up there is the bridge.
Or is it
This
and
is
like
a driverless
is it
vehicle.
in her budget?
This is non-brewed
How
condom.
cracked is she?
These
Is she a
are the
Radiant?
solar power towers. That is the Angel of the North. This is the Ilulissat Ice
What the
Fjord.
fuck are you
this
saying?
is Olkiluoto. This is Bruges. This is Llanfair Pwylquin Gilchogoriquin Drobelanti Siliogogogo. Welcome to the town.
What's What the fuck is this? Landvirapol. Longest down name in the world. What the heck? How did he explain?
Olkiluoto. This is Bruges. This is Llanfair Pwylquin Gilchogoriquin Drobelanti Siliogogogo. Welcome to the
What?
town of asbestos. Welcome to Calipatria.
She
Welcome
is
to a
on
town
crack. What
that
do you
doesn't
mean?
exist. Welcome to Wales. The road behind me is closed. This is going to be a fairly disappointing video. I am back in the UK and I have a cold.
Damn. Who is spaghetti sauce? Who is spaghetti sauce? Who are you? Who are you in my spaghetti? It's spaghetti sauce. I'm like, who is he again? Oh yeah, it's
You just
spaghetti.
wanted to get people interested in space again.
Yes, yeah.
Capture the imagination.
Yes, that was the idea.
I guess what she want. I don't think the River bundle is.
You know, there are
not
American
worth it,
heroes
not gonna lie.
who
The
don't like
knife
this
is
idea.
worth it though.
Neil Armstrong, Gene Cernan have both testified against commercial spaceflight
I like
in
the
the way
knife.
that you're developing it, and I wonder what you think of that.
What? Well, that's a lot of people dead.
I was very sad to see that because those guys are, yeah. You know, those guys are heroes of mine, so it's really tough.
That's a lot of people, though.
They inspired you to do this, didn't they?
Yes.
Oh, Jesus.
And to see them casting stones in your direction.
It's difficult.
Ah, those are a man. Okay, okay. I thought there's people there.
When you had that third failure in a row, did you think, I need to pack this in?
Never.
Why not?
I don't ever give up.
Elon Musk. Elon Musk. Remember when Elon Musk bought Twitter and it never happened? Fun times. He's still in the process? Oh, I see. I feel like I'm watching Michael Bay because of too many explosions. Oh, wait. I got deja vu'd. I got deja vu'd. What the fuck? I feel like someone in my chat said that there's so many... You guys are watching... you guys felt like you guys watching Michael Bay because of too many explosions. And then we did. And I'm like, I got deja vu'd. What? He terminated the deal because Twitter was withholding information he requested. Oh, god damn it! God damn it, Twitter. Oh, well, it happens. A review of... You're giving me a Joseph Anderson video? Are you giving me a Joseph Anderson video? Are you sure about this? Are you sure about this?
Forager is a 10 to 20 hour game
Thank
with progress
you.
similar to incremental
Thank
/ clicker
you.
games, but with actual gameplay to go along with it.
Thank
I
you.
think that description will be enough for 90% of you watching to make a decision on whether
What?
this game is
What?
for you.
Joseph
I'm
Anderson's
sure
game
many of you
videos
love
are
the
good
enthralling
too.
quality that
I
many
prefer
incremental games have,
Twitch
and I'm just
streamer
sure
Joe
that
though,
many
but
of
I
you
you
hate
know.
them.
Okay,
For those
gonna
of you unfamiliar with the genre, I suggest that you cautiously
Yes, it's
look up
Joe.
Cookie Clicker
Why
or
you guys
Clicker Heroes.
lurking?
I've mentioned them on the channel before, and I hope
Why
to
you
have a full
guys
video
can't
devoted to them one
accept
day.
my
But for now,
Yoshi?
let's talk about
God
Forager.
damn
It's
it.
available for $20 US, and I think that's at least $5 USD too much, maybe
Why?
even 10.
Why
I
you
didn't
guys
like it, yet I still found myself glued to the progression loop. Forager is a mix of Zelda, Don't Starve, Factorio,
I
Stardew
prefer
Valley,
Joe
and
video
those
essays than
incremental
streams.
games. You will
Yeah.
start out hitting individual
I like
trees
both.
and rocks and dutifully
But
maintaining a small
I do
amount
like
of crafting stations. And by the end,
streams.
well, I guess we're hitting spoilers this early, so consider
I
yourself
never
warned.
I
can't
never
really
played
show much here
Forager
without
though.
getting into the mid and
So
late game because the
god
game
damn
is so short.
it.
The goal of Forager is to not have to play it anymore.
Why
And I
you
don't mean
guys
by reaching the
lurking?
end and seeing the credits or finishing a quest. I mean almost everything will be automated. Mining rods will burst all the resource nodes open for you, and a
You
fleet
stinky?
of droids will harvest everything
Hello,
and
Uncle
even kill
Ends.
enemies.
What's happening?
The
Oh, we're
active
watching a
gameplay at
Joseph
the end of
Anderson
Forager
video.
is making sure your crafting stations are pumping out products and running around hitting the
What is
ground
this
with
game?
your
I
shovel
never-
for huge piles of
Wait, this
resources
is
that the
fucking
droids collect
ISAP?
for you.
Bumper-
I'm not
Bumper
exaggerating
game?
here. For the last 2 hours I spent with the game, I ran around maniacally hitting the floor with my shovel more than I was doing anything else. On your way to that inevitable ending, you will acquire experience points and gold. Leveling up grants a skill point that you can spend in a perk tree that unlocks more options adjacent
No, she's
to whatever
watching
choice
Joe
you make.
Anderson.
This is both a
We're
good thing and a
lurking.
bad thing, since you get a bit of excitement to see what new abilities are going to be available for your next level, but you
I'll
also
end
have
my
to
stream
unlock
when Joseph
perks
Anderson's
blindly
live
and may
now.
not find some massive game-changing ones until much later into the game. Leveling is also where the incremental side of Forager kicks in hard, since experience requirements skyrocket after a while and traditionally gathered XP becomes useless. Spirit orbs are another path for progress.
I
and
remember
they can be
hearing
used
about
to
the
either
game on
increase your
Switch that you
maximum
can only
health,
see the
energy,
ending
or
of
attack
if you
damage,
actually
which
spend
isn't just
400
for
in real
combat,
life
it
days
also
playing
makes
the
you
game.
bust open
Really?
trees and rocks
What game?
faster. The fourth option is an instant level up, and the reason I am explaining this now is because this becomes the only reasonable way to level up after the mid-game when I played. Spirit orbs are initially a rare treasure that becomes increasingly common as the game goes on until you can craft them with a perk on the edge of the skill tree at the end. The way you use gold also scales in a similar way, but never gets as outrageously
video,
high as
I
experience
guess
demands. The
it's
primary
an
use for gold is to buy islands, which is the most interesting thing that Forager does.
Like I
You only
said,
have one
chat,
tiny
if
bit of land at the
I'll end my
beginning, and you
stream
have to
when
mince
Joe
the
is
coins
already
yourself to
streaming.
purchase the
So,
rights
you
for
know,
new land to
when
pop
he
into
starts streaming now,
existence.
then I'll end
There
my
are
stream.
5 biomes in the world that I think are always in the same place, but I know
But
for
I'm not
sure
gonna
that
raid
some of the
him,
islands
okay?
within those biomes are placed randomly.
I'm gonna raid
In
someone
my first
else.
playthrough, I had this treehouse island to the right of my starting zone and the museum to the left. When I played the game a second time to test the islands, the museum was on my right instead. As long as you can afford it, you can unlock nearby islands in any order that you wish, which gives you access to more islands next to them, exactly like the perk tree, funnily enough. Almost every island in the game has something unique to do on it, so a building that either has something special inside, like a puzzle room, a dungeon, or a place to change your appearance, or an NPC with a quest or a puzzle on the island itself. These range from simple to trial and error to some observation stuff to a little misleading, like these numbers on the ground which are used on a completely different island in another biome that you may not have discovered yet. Generally, however, this is one of the better parts of the game. The world expands, so do your options, and whether the event is a fun little puzzle or a boring fetch quest, there's the possibility of getting a reward. These are usually those spirit orbs we saw earlier, but sometimes they can be artifacts with unique properties. The first one I found was boring, just a flat bonus to experience gain, but others can give you a chance to regain health when you kill an enemy or make all skeletons friendly to you. There's nothing major, but they're still more interesting than flat number bonuses. Gear upgrades are done in a similar way. Some just increase your movement or attack speed, but others set resource nodes on fire so they can break open sooner, or your shovel will now automatically irrigate any holes you dig for planting seeds. Almost everything in the game can be upgraded like this. Your array of tools, the power of each individual one, your boots,
Also,
gloves,
what's with
and
the blue
amulet, and you get the idea. Forager fully commits, maybe it even
we watched a
overcommits to the
video of
incremental style
Ninja's
progression cycle.
masterclass.
It just
And
doesn't do much on top
we
of that
learned that
style,
blue
and that's
hair
why I
is
start
essential for
question
to
whether it
become a
succeeds.
pro
On the
streamer,
one
so we're
hand, the
doing
game
it.
is bogged down
A
by
hat,
numbers and
a
the
hat, which
constant
is
need to
my
interact with its
Anya
fueled
horns,
gathering engine. By the
and-
mid-game,
and-
it will take
and-
much
and
longer
a
to
blue
buy
hair.
a new island
Yes.
or unlock your next ability. You will be running around your islands gathering as much as you can, which depletes your energy. You will be constantly eating because any energy upgrades you may have chosen don't quite keep up with how much faster you are at moving and swinging your tools. Yeah, just moving around uses energy in this game. Not that moving is always easy, since plants, rocks, bushes, and tombstones will always be respawning
this
and
one's
getting
pretty
in
fun,
your
like
way.
Forager.
Some of the graveyard biome islands start to look like something out of Bloodborne, all the while your character keeps crying for food like a newborn.
I don't know about you, but I hate
These issues are solved with some of the later unlocks. A few hours after this, I had enough upgrades that I didn't need to eat anymore, ever. Just like in real life, if you work yourself through starvation, your character self-cannibalizes a heart's worth of health for about half of your total energy bar. This is something I took advantage of in the early game, since most food also restores hearts, so I could double dip. With perks and artifacts that allowed me to regain health when killing an enemy, I was able to ignore food entirely. The problem with islands becoming cluttered was also solved by mining rods, which automatically kept them clear and my hoard of resources ever expanding. Inventory limitations were another problem that was half solved with upgrades.
Anong
Although I
game
still
yan?
question why a game like
Forager.
this has inventory limits at all. You can craft vaults for extra space, which strangely auto-stacks items if your personal inventory is full, and you can just use these items in the vaults when it comes to crafting. So they really are like inventory upgrades and expansions, but separate. You also can't pull items from the vaults when it comes to putting the museum bundles together, so you
We're
have to go
watching
and
a
collect them
video
manually,
game
but you
essay,
don't have to for
Yuki.
crafting, which seems like maybe
It's
an
a
oversight
review.
to me. But the increasing numbers for gold and experience were never solved. Instead, I did what I think almost anyone would do. I left the game running while I went to bed one night, and when I woke up, I had enough gold to buy the rest of the islands I was missing. You're not so gently nudged into this by the discovery of banks. These are buildings that automatically generate 1 gold piece every few seconds. There's an upgrade that makes it so banks placed next to other banks make each other produce gold faster. This effect stacks. Does that sound familiar? Hopefully for the sake of your productivity it doesn't. Other buildings can be optimized in similar ways, and it may be surprising that a game that starts out like this on a lone island ends up having oil rigs and power plants and droids made out of fiberglass. You get there surprisingly quickly, which is why I had to spoiler warning the video so soon, but it's also how I can best explain why I think Forager is disappointing. The game doesn't commit to either of the two sides of its gameplay. It's not really an adventure/crafting game. It doesn't have enough options.
Oh my god, we only need 4K?
It has some dungeons that sort of explore that side, but they're very short and simple, like shrines from Breath of the Wild. That's not necessarily a bad comparison, but there's only 4 of them in the game. But the incremental part doesn't go anywhere either. Of course, it will depend on what order of perks that you stumble through as you level up your first time, but I feel comfortable saying that as soon as you make your first droid, the game is effectively over. Most of the islands will be bought, so all you'll be leveling up for will be efficiency modifiers for the sake of efficiency itself. Look at it another way. At the beginning of Forager, you are acquiring resources and upgrades for a purpose. You want to see new tools, new buildings, and new islands. But when those run out, and they will fairly quickly, you are left making yourself better at gathering resources in order to gather more resources to make yourself better at gathering resources. Incremental games often use a prestige system which resets your progress for a modifier in a sort of new game plus mode so that you can push your numbers even higher with each reset. There are often new features and new currencies and decisions to make with these resets. I would never say an incremental clicker game has compelling gameplay, but they do manage to be enthralling, perhaps in a destructive, unethical way, but that's a story for another time. Forager doesn't have that with its incremental side. It only dabbles in it, but it only dabbles in everything else too, and maybe that's the point, a lighthearted 10 to 20 hour romp that consumes you one weekend and then spits you out, leaving you questioning yourself about the ways you spend your free time. If there's a video game equivalent of a meal that's a bit tasty but also leaves you a little sick afterward, Forager is it. It has some quality of life issues too. I think I made a bad decision to play with a gamepad, but the main menu presented it as an equal option. Targeting things to hit never felt quite right, and combat is more about mashing than anything else since you have a long invulnerability period after taking damage. Inventory management lacks a sort function, and I couldn't find a way to move things within my inventory either with a gamepad. Forager was originally a game jam creation. I think the essence of that version carried over to this release, and while the art style isn't something I love, I can appreciate that it stuck and became part of the game's soul. It's definitely more than a jam game now, but there's still an early access feel that I can't shake off. This might be a problem with me though, since early access has become so common now that I might be seeing it in places that it isn't, but the long update roadmap, the game fizzling to an end, and using achievements as gameplay goals makes it so I can't help but think this way. But maybe that's too cynical. Post-launch support should be celebrated, not looked at with suspicion. Forager is not a bad game. I think I would give it about a 5 out of 10. It was an okay game for me and still managed to get me hooked even though I knew full well the type of rabbit hole I was falling down. If you are mildly interested in it after watching this, I'd recommend waiting for a few of the updates. And if you think you could still love this game, then don't let my words stop you even for a little bit. I hope you have a good time. Thank you everyone, I'll see you in the next video.
Thanks, Joe. When's the Witcher 3 video, huh? Waiting for freaking 2 years or shit. Oh, next one is how to write a Nier song. Thanks, Joe. Where's the Witcher 3, huh? Where's the Witcher 3 video? Oh, this one, the Elden Ring Shattered Masterpiece, is a really good video. If you watch Elden Ring, this one is a really good video as a review. So yeah. Witcher 3 video where? Witcher 3 video where? This might be the last video.
Say you got offered the highly coveted job of going back in time
I
and
love
writing music
Nier.
for a game that already exists. How would you do it? The music of the Nier games has a distinct identity, a pervasive sense
Your
of
love is good, not
melancholy
gonna.
that
Oh,
perfectly suits the tone of the games and a compositional footprint on each and every piece that is unmistakably Nier. It's a tall order, but these time-traveling composition commissioners are offering a lot of money. So we better
also,
break
Hiro,
down
I
just
hope
what
you're
makes Nier
having
music
fun with
sound
Nier
like
Automata.
Nier music,
I'm
and see
glad
what
that
we
my
can come up
gift
with.
to you from last year is making it work for you.
We can break down the different aspects of Nier's music into its melodic, harmonic, and orchestrational tendencies. Melodically, emphasizing non-chord tones that resolve to chord tones
I'm
over
enjoying
minor
it. Ah,
tonic
you
chords
should!
creates a
It's a
very
really good
serious,
game.
gloomy sound. Harmonically, just about every tune in the soundtrack is written in a minor key, with pieces using separate harmonic language to create either what I call a classical minor sound or a soft minor sound. And as far as orchestration goes, the most important part that gives Nier's soundtrack its identity is the use of the human voice. Most of the melodies throughout the game's soundtracks are sung by soloist Emmy Evans, who also wrote the lyrics
Emmy
in
Evans
made-up
has a
languages.
really good
These made-up
voice.
lyrics, designed to imitate how our modern-day languages would sound after 1,000 years of drifting, add a lot to the dystopian distant future settings of the game. And
it's
basing
almost
the soundtrack
done.
around a solo
Oh.
vocalist is almost completely unique in the video game music
Do you
landscape.
think we will
Voice is a texture not
we
used
will
much
get
in video games,
the
even though it's a surprisingly versatile
Jump
sound to
King
use.
challenge
it can
today?
Make music sound cute,
Do you think?
like in the case of Loco Roco.
I doubt it. Oh my god!
Or it can hype up the listener, like in the case of Orange. But in Nier, the vocals lend an element of intimacy to the music. It's easier for humans to connect to the human voice than any other instrument after all. So putting Evan's vocal at the front of these heartfelt arrangements makes them
Okay,
even
I'll
more
put
potent.
my Jump King stream next week. Man damn it. How funny, Jump King nerd. Oh, I should probably buy a Jump King. I don't have Jump King. I don't have Jump King. I'll try to find you know, buy it or something. I don't know. I don't have Jump King yet.
The more sorrowful tracks are also made more powerful by the addition of Evan's vocals. In the track Grandma, this two-part harmonized vocal line takes the
Oh, I love
depressing
this
piano
song.
part and makes it almost unbearable.
I should probably make do a karaoke of Nier Automata, Nier Automata replicant songs.
This is also an excellent example of one of the game's main two approaches to harmony, what I like to call the classical minor sound. The classical minor sound is characterized by the use of the dominant 5 chord in a minor key, with the raised leading tone of the key borrowed
Because I'm
from
gonna
the
have like a
parallel major.
karaoke stream on August 15, which is Kagero Project.
Just this 5 to
Kagero
minor 1
Project
resolution
songs
on its own
karaoke
immediately
stream,
evokes
which
a
is
classical
August
sound to
15
me.
because
But to
Kagero
really
Day there.
supercharge the
So
sound
maybe
using secondary
next
dominance leading
month's
to other chords.
karaoke is gonna be like that.
Leading tone diminished chords that resolve up a half step, and inverting chords to enable more fluid bass motion are the way
yeah.
to go.
Monday is gonna be Kagero Project karaoke stream.
We
To
see
celebrate,
all of these
to give
techniques
tribute to
packed
my
into
one of my
Grandma's looping
favorite
8-bar
series of all
form.
time. But this soundtrack is one of my favorites. Grandma is one of my favorite OSTs in Nier, and even everything. Nier is just really great.
All of these techniques and more are used by a 4-part vocal chorale
I
on
have
the
a
track
feeling
Shadow
Umineko
Lord,
songs
which
with your
exemplifies this kind of gothic
I love
minor
Umineko. I
style.
love the opening there. Near Square Enix, yeah. Imagine Queen being the new king of VTubers debuting today. The singing, the Canaria Queen? Maybe.
I want to point out especially the use of the 1 chord over its 5th, moving to the 5 chord, which
Yeah, about
resolves back
like
to the
the
1 chord.
Omineko.
In both major
I
and
love
minor
the
keys,
opening
this
song.
move sounds broadly classical, but on top of that, the way we move to the tonic F minor over C by way of an inverted secondary dominant G7 chord setting up a C chord is a great harmonic fake-out.
Oh yeah, probably next month I'm gonna do like a
The
Nier
vibes are
Automata
just dripping
replicant.
off of this tune and getting my floor dirty, so I gotta move on.
Bass,
The other type of minor key sound that Nier uses is what I
Next
call a
month.
soft
But
minor sound.
this month is gonna be
This is
Kage Pro.
characterized by the lack of the raised 7th leading tone of the key and generally using a lot weaker harmonic motion. See, in general, chords that move by 4ths or 5ths create a lot of movement, chords that move by step create a little less movement, and chords
you
that
do
move by a
opera?
third
No, not really.
generate
I'm not
almost
really
no
trained.
harmonic movement at all. In fact, moving between 2 chords a third apart from each
But I
other
think
is
I can,
generally
like-
seen as a prolongation of the first chord,
No.
not moving to a new
I don't know. I
harmonic
don't know how
sound
to
so
do
much
operas.
as adding a new
Maybe
color
I'll
to the
try
original
someday, you know?
sound. Compare this section of
But maybe
Shadow
I can,
Lord
like,
that is
sound
entirely
like that
made up
kind
of
of
4th movement
voice
to
or
the
like kind
track
of
Kaine
tone?
Salvation,
Yeah?
which uses no 4th movement at all.
Oh, Kaine Salvation. Hello, Dexter. Sure, parang bihi. Janok noise.
Rather than a dominant D7 chord to resolve back to our tonic G minor, we move up by step from this F chord, featuring a prominent flat 7th scale degree relative to the key. This chord progression, along with the constant ostinato on top linking the chords together, sounds extremely soft to me. Much more about creating an atmosphere than making any big musical gestures. It has a much more melancholy sound compared to the classical minor's heaviness, and it's a style of writing that's very popular in soundtracks today. On top of all these harmonic ideas is the melody, and the melodies of Nier often have a gravity to them that makes them feel important. I attribute this in no small part to the melody's tendency to emphasize a non-chord tone over the tonic minor chord, and then resolve that note to a note in the chord. It seems simple, but it's the kind of thing that just always works. Check out the track Amusement Park from Nier Automata,
Amusement
where the
Park's
melody
so
opens with a
good.
big 9th on beat 1, the A over a G minor chord that resolves up to the 3rd B flat. The sound of the 9th over a minor chord is both beautiful and tense, and moving to a note in the chord simultaneously resolves that tension and brings out the darkness of the minor chord even more. It's a very emotionally potent maneuver melodically, even when you fully understand what's happening. Check out the guitar melody on the track Repose, which again emphasizes the 9th of our tonic E minor chord before leaping up to the 5th of the chord. The harmony in this piece is about as soft as it gets, with the tonic E minor trading with a colorful
I'm
C
done
major
with
7 chord a
today's
third
work,
below,
and I'm
a
gonna
Z
charge
sus
it
to
a
D
little
root
bit
whole
so
step
I
below.
can work while watching Joe Anderson later.
Moving from the minor tonic to the flat 6 major 7 chord
Why you
might
guys-
be the
why you
hallmark
guys
of
being
this
against
soft
it?
minor
What the
sound.
heck?
Strong harmonic motion need not apply.
I mean, he is still offline, so we'll see.
Now, the best tracks in the Nier games bring together all of these different elements we've talked about and blend them seamlessly together into one solid package.
do
Elements of both
Wretched
classical
Weaponry?
minor
Because
and
Wretched
soft minor
Weaponry is
harmony
my
underpinning tragically
favorite
beautiful melodic
soundtrack in
statements
Nier.
sung by intimate solo vocals in a strange alien tongue. Even on paper, you can see why this music works so well. Let's see what it looks like when all of these elements come together in one tune. A beautiful song from Nier Automata starts its solo vocal melody off with a ninth over its tonic D minor chord before resolving down to the tonic. And then the phrase ends off with another held ninth that sits above a chord with an added flat sixth
Anderson
in
is
the
drunk, so
underlying
he's not
harmony.
gonna
This gives us a tasty tritone clash. 5/7-1 cadence. The harmony mixes soft and classical techniques here. We have stepwise motion down to the flat 7 chord, but then we have a secondary dominant resolution to the 4 chord. The following move of a third from our inverted tonic D minor chord to a B flat major 7 feels very soft, but it's immediately countered by the classic 1 over its 5th to 5/7-1 cadence. Then we get this dramatic rip-off of O Fortuna, that intense Latin choral tune that you've all heard somewhere but don't know the name of. However, after just 4 bars of this, shall we call it an homage, we repeat
I can
this phrase
read
over
a little
harmonic
bit
move
of
down
music
a
sheet
third
because
to the
I
flat
learned
6th
a
chord.
bit of
This
piano.
is an expertly blended cocktail of
Not piano, it's
classical
more like an
techniques and
organ.
modern sensibility. And finally,
Not
take a
much,
shot every
because I
time you
just
hear a
learned
ninth
it
over
like
a chord in this piece if you
you
really
know,
want to party.
2 classes because my mom doesn't want me to do piano lessons now. Finally, if the game had a theme song, it would be Song of the Ancients, which appears throughout both Nier and Nier Automata in a few different But
forms.
organ to
This
organ!
tune has it all.
Organ piano!
Solo vocals singing unintelligible lyrics, a melody entirely
Your
based
voice
around this
hits
motif of
different.
hitting
Oh,
the
really?
ninth of our
Thank
tonic C
you.
minor chord and bouncing
Oh,
up
I
to the
love this
third,
song,
and
Songs of
harmony
the
that starts out
Songs of the
super
Ancients.
soft with this repeating C minor to A flat major 7 vamp before kicking
Oh
into
yeah, have you
classical mode
seen
on the
my
bridge
songs,
with the
my
stepwise bass walk
voice
up to a
tweet
secondary
earlier?
dominant
I
resolution to
sang
the
that
4
while
chord,
I'm on
F
bed.
minor.
Appreciate that. I'm half asleep that time.
I think that having a secondary dominant to the 4 chord in a minor key is one of the coolest things you can do. Something about this bridge sitting on the major third of the key in the bass for a whole bar without ever losing the sense that we're in a minor key is so cool to me. a lot of cool stuff in this music to celebrate, but even more than that, I'm impressed with just the consistency of the music throughout these soundtracks. There's so much in common between some of these tunes that it almost feels like cheating, and yet they all have their own identity as a piece of music that doesn't get in the way of the Nier sound. Music director and lead composer Keiichi Okabe and his team did an excellent job of defining the desolate mood of the games musically, and creating a soundtrack that perfectly complements the existentialist nightmare that is both of these games' plots. Finding creative ways to work within this clear and identifiable style is going to be a very fun part of the job of going back in time and composing the Nier soundtracks from scratch, and I hope this video will be of some help to you as you embark on that adventure. Okay, big thanks to Alexander Gasky, Mark Starvaji, Mr. Q,
Can you please make a karaoke community challenge? Karaoke community challenge? What do you mean by community? All of you guys will karaoke?
And thanks to Jason Ulov
All of you guys
for the
will
request
sing?
for using non-lexical vocals in video game music that I kind of sort of touched on here. If you'd like to join these beautiful souls and supporting
No,
the
like
channel,
we
feel
what
free
you
to
mean
check
when
out my
you guys
Patreon
give
here.
points? What?
You can also follow me on Twitter
No,
at
like
8-Bit
jumping.
Music
Yeah, but
Theory.
like,
Thank you
what
so
do
much
you
for
mean
watching,
by
and I'll see you all
community?
next time.
Thingamabop. I'm gonna do a karaoke. What do you mean? But I am gonna do karaoke on Monday. Because I'm gonna sing Kagero Project songs in Monday. Just 4 hours though, but I'm still gonna sing like just, you know, yeah. If I became rich, I asked Umineko Beatrice same size portrait of I would love that! You know, like, oh wait long, since that was the last video, okay? Umineko opening. This one, right? So pretty, she's so pretty. I love this song so much. Oh, we don't need to know that. Yeah, we're waiting for Joseph Anderson to start so I can like end my stream and all that stuff. Ikadui Pasato, it's a good song. It's from the VA. I haven't done the visual novel. I did watch the anime and I fell in love with the opening. It's really good. It's really good opening. I know that they said that anime is shit from people who played Umineko and all that stuff. So yeah. Yay, Jin! Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you, welcome raiders. Hi raiders, thank you, Yuchi Puwet. Thank you. How's your stream, Yuchi? Naririnig nga kita maglaro ng sumisigaw-sigaw ng maglaro ng Apex. It's good. Hello, gamo. Akane sakura mori, gamo. Hump the rain. We are about to end the stream, but we're waiting for my Oshi to I'm waiting for my Oshi to finish to start streaming. So yeah, real life raid. Oh, my door is locked. my room is closed. Yan na naman kay... Hey! I downloaded the VN. It's 19 gig. Oh god, it's really 19 gig? Wait, is he online? I'm checking Twitch now. Thank you so much for the follow. Akane Sakuramori, welcome to the Spouse Bay. Wow, thank you. Also, yeah, I already finished the Jump King 6 hours. Damn it. So I am, oh my god. Thank you so much for that raid. I hope you, Yuchi, and Kirisasu have a wonderful stream and all that stuff. Don't mind me having a blue hair. This is something that Ninja said. Ninja hair. Oh yeah, you guys play Tower of Fantasy, right? How's Tower of Fantasy? I'm not really sure. Stream extended is Joe is in. I'm not gonna extend my stream. I'm gonna end once Joe is online. You know, I need my copium. I need my copium, okay? I need to watch something, okay? Yeah, Ninja advised me to become to have a blue hair and a hat, and this is the secret ingredient for being a pro streamer in Twitch. So I hope this is working. Thank you, Ninja. But you are copy. Oh wow, oh wow. You guys saying that you guys are I am your copium? Oh wow, oh wow. Bye bye, M9. Sleep well. Keep Ninja for Jump King secret for success. Oh god, that's true though. That's true. Okay. I will hide it for a bit so I can save this hair. How do I save hair? Wow. Thank you so much for the follow. Corvus the Greedy, welcome to the Sprout Me. Wow, thank you. Ichamadoko, wait lang. I am trying to make a scene. Item scene. Blue hair. Doraemon. Doraemon. I hope this is okay though. Same. Okay. I don't know how this works though, so let's see. Okay, there you go. I just saved this so I will know what color I should put on the blue hair, okay? So that it will save. Filipino ka po? Yes po! Akane. Kung ikaw, what's it called? Kung galing ko sa stream ni Yuchi, then yeah, I am a Filipino. I am a Pipino. Certified Pipino. Certified Pipino. Can also be Sonic here. I'm not Sonic Chew, okay? I can understand Doraemon. I can understand Doraemon. I can understand Doraemon. I can understand. Yes. But yeah, I think we're done. I think we're done. Because I actually want to relax for a bit, eat some pancake. This is a pancake that is like really thick, so I have to finish this. Or else I'm gonna cry and not gonna eat it all, and that's a waste of food. So I don't really want. I don't really want to. So yeah, with ants. Shut up. Okay, shut up. I just even with ants. Okay, even with ants. I already took everything out in my pancake while watching. Okay. I already get rid of the butter of ants or something like that. I check. Okay, I check. Anderson is still not online. We continue. Good night sa'yo. May trabaho pa ako bukas. Okay, thank you, Akane. Thank you so much. I'll see you soon, okay? Thank you. Oh, let's see though. But I am gonna end. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Ariko. Thank you so much, guys, for watching the stream. Ansumi, everyone. Ansumi. Thank you guys so much for watching the stream. Okay, for the outro. Did they deleted the Did they deleted it? They deleted it. deleted the original video, god damn it! Shawty wanna fuck. Shawty likes them rough, and she got a big oily butt. A big round wet McMuffin. Shawty's got sexual. Who do we wanna raid? Who do you wanna raid? You know what? Let's raid Sir Wheat Bread, because it's their stream anniversary. Big hoop earrings and a big round ass. I crack a stupid joke. We already raided Pan. Seeing that booty jiggle, seeing that booty bounce. Big around and around. Vigorously shaking and making that clapping sound. She's shaking that booty. I know, hello archetype. Coconut booty oil makes her big like brick. She's super bad, so I'm looking for some trouble. Booty looking like a big round break bubble. Baby got back. Baby got let's raid Sir Wheat Bread. Baby got oil dripping down her booty crack. I'm hungry for that booty, baby. Give me a snack. I pour a cold glass of water on her big round butt and makes her get the goosebumps so I can bust a nut. Shawty wanna fuck. Shawty likes them rough, and she got a big oily butt. A big back, big muffin. Sexual techniques. Meanwhile, only butt. Most thumbs all the booty cheeks. I wanna bust a nut. Whoa, 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 yeah, yeah, yeah. Shawty wanna flow, whoa, whoa, yeah, yeah, yeah. Whoa, 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 yeah, yeah, yeah. Shawty want. Good night, everyone. Good night. Thank you guys so much for watching the stream. I'll see you guys on Friday, which is League stream. League of Legends stream. Let's go. Thank you guys so much. Bye bye everyone. Bye. I'll see you guys on Friday, okay? You guys better be there, okay? You guys better be there. Bye. Anong LeBlanc na dis? Gago, hindi ko lalaroin yun. Hot dogs. Goodbye. See you on Friday. It's obliged, okay? It's obliged. Sausages. Bye.